up, everybody? I hope everybody's having a wonderful morning, evening, afternoon, whatever it is in your time zone. It is Tuesday. No, Monday for you. God damn it. Sorry, chat. I keep on telling the truth for me, but it's a lie for you. It is Monday, the 21st of April. We are live and alive, or at least that's how it feels to me. Could be a brain in a jar somewhere. Don't know, don't care. Shouts out, all my weasels out there, all my forest creatures rocking out to the real of the real synthetic lifeform streamer, trapped in a cyber brain and body like some kind of ghost in a half shell in this late stage hyper-capitalist dystopia, forced to exist in this twilight realm to pay off my debt to society and my student loans. I hope you're having a good day. Whoever, whatever, wherever, and whenever you are, we're about to jump right into it here on twitch.tv, youtube.com, high risk, high reward, high on life, or whatever simulation, simulacrum, simultaneous, spontaneous singularity of consciousness this is, was, or will be. Wait, there's no way. Okay, sound. No, I'm not lower than the music. You are just on delay. Just hold on a second. I don't know. How long is the delay? Yeah, that's the funny thing is YouTube's on more of a delay than Twitch. Twitch is pretty good because like Twitch is made for streaming, right? YouTube is made for videos, and they kind of put in streaming functionality, and they were gonna do more. They were actually gonna eat Twitch's lunch. They were gonna go after Twitch's market. They were gonna destroy Twitch, and they got bored, or they decided they were going to destroy TikTok instead. And they didn't destroy anything. Yeah, they just have YouTube Shorts now. Yeah, they destroyed TikTok about as much as Instagram destroyed TikTok. Is this my apartment? No, this is the same place. This is the same place. I am in the same place. Same, present day, present time. Although I did, chat, I did make a deal. And I'm going in today to make it official. And I got a pretty nice apartment. Spent a little bit more than I wanted for it, but I think I got my money's worth. I think it's a good place to be. So it's gonna be the place I'm at for the next year. What's going on with that bonus skull? Why is it like slightly off screen? There we go. Yeah, nice apartment though. Yeah, W for sure. Hello from California to Thailand, and shouts out to Thai food is very yummy. Yeah, I've been trying out some other things, chat. You want me to I saw this at a 7-Eleven, and it just looked like a pickle or something, you know what I mean? Like this, look, right? Doesn't this look like some kind of something vegetable pickled? And I was like, there's no way that, like, and I should have known better, right? Because, you know, with anything, with any kind of Thai food, you do have to make sure it's not flavored with fish fish sauce. It's a very popular condiment. It's a very popular flavoring here in Thailand, but I got lucky on this one. I got lucky on these, right? They look like olives, right? But when I scanned this with my translator, it was giving me so many different ideas of what was in here. Like, I swear to God, it said betel nut. Does chat know what a betel nut is? Does chat know about the betel? Is rent very affordable there? Yeah, definitely. It's a simple and clean apartment, that's right. Sounds like an adventure. When will Ethan break through the simplistic terms of and functions of the Oedipal triangle? Oh my god, wait, what is the Oedipal triangle? Is that like Jocasta, Oedipus, and what is fucking his dad's name? I always forgot. Durian, jackfruit? I mean, those, I don't know if durian gets pickled. Jackfruit definitely gets pickled. It's jackfruit. Good guess. Jackfruit is definitely something that people would pickle here. But no, like, so I look at it one time, and like, this is the weird thing about the translator, right? I look at it one time, it says betel nut, which I guess it could be. I don't know what a betel nut looks like, right? So maybe it's a betel nut, or maybe like a betel nut wrapped in a leaf or something like that, right? Because usually when you get betel nut, it's wrapped in a leaf. There's like a whole packet that you get with betel nut if you actually get one, right? Which you can sometimes get on the street in like India, or I think in Thailand. I think it's legal here. But yeah, it's a little bit of a it's a substance. Betel nut will have a psychoactive effect on you. So almost like, did I really buy, like, you know, cigarette / coffee nuts at the 7-Eleven? You know what I mean? This would get you like a little bit. What is it? It would speed you up a little bit if this was a betel nut, right? I look at it again, and it says pickled olive, or preserved olive, or something. I'm like, oh, an olive? It kind of looks like an olive. This could be an olive, right? And then I look at it again, and it says pickled pork. And I'm like, yo, I don't know what part of a pig this would be. Okay, chat, probably the balls. It would have to be, is this pig balls? Did I buy pig balls? I didn't know, because I keep on flashing it, and it gives me like a different answer of like what the translation is every time. And finally, I think I looked up like the yeah, so it tells you right here, it's preserved macaque. Okay, that's an unfortunate name, isn't it? Yeah, it is. Oh no, chat. Preserved macaque. I don't know. I feel like anyway, so it's I look up what is macaque, right? What is macaque, right? And it turns out that macaque is a plum. These are pickled plums. And if you eat one, it looks a lot like a olive. And if you bite into it, it tastes kind of like an olive. Because what it is it's a plum. It's a fruit. Like an olive is also a fruit. It's a plum which is pickled in much the same way that an olive would be pickled. So some people call these Thai olives. But chat, I call them delicious. And it's really funny because I come from a part of the United States that grows like little plums every year. Every year, these little tiny plums, these wild plums, grow out in the wild. And so it's kind of like, also one thing that I was worried about, chat, when I moved here, I was like, I have a thing for berries, especially wild berries, right? I have a thing for going out into the forest, going on the trails every year, and as the wild berries ripen, like, I'm there. I try to get there before the birds get there, because there's this one berry that the birds really like to eat. And if I don't get there fast, the birds will eat it all. So I try to, you know, compete with the birds for this delicious salmon berry that grows out there. There's like these little tiny blackberries that grow that taste kind of like candy. They're extra sweet. They're like a different, I don't know if many people around the country have these, but they're tiny little wild blackberries. And they taste like candy. They're one of the best things. Yeah, so anyway, chat, I was like worried that I was gonna, you know, and I do, you know, have to say goodbye to the native foliage. Foliage, I feel like, means something different. What am I trying to say, chat? I'm not trying to say foliage. It's a different sort of thing. It's pronounced like beetle. It's actually pronounced like beetle. It's not betel. I thought I was being smart by pronouncing it that way. It's a drug that gives you a similar rush to nicotine. Pronounced like beetle. It's really like it's a beetle nut. It's a beetle nut. You just say beetle nut. You can go to those tea farms they have in the foothills in northern Thailand. Yeah, if I visit that part of the country, for sure. Seems neat. what's up there, like Chiang Rai, Chiang Mai, places like that. Definitely not pork. Yeah, Mekong River oysters, so to speak. Wait, is that a joke? Wait, oh my gosh. Why is my shit broken, chat? Maybe it's super stickers that break it. Anyway, Rooster Rick, thank you for the super sticker of $10 US. Lemon character doing a victory dance with maracas in hands. Yeah, preserved. Wow. Wow, you know, I'm sure that there's some jokes that people could make about the way that the name of this fruit. Yeah, wait, let's see if we can actually see it here. Oh, it's backwards to you, right? This is like a M-A-K-O-K. And the O is a macaque nut, or a macaque fruit. There we go. It's a macaque fruit. That's even better than saying macaque nut. I don't know, chat. I don't know what I'm saying. Pickled plums are so good. Yeah. So that's what it turned out to be. Was pickled plums. There's something. You know what I'm really interested. Like, there's a lot of food here is new to me, chat. Yesterday I tried for the first time. I believe it's called like banana stems or banana sprouts, banana shoots. Yeah, banana shoots are a vegetable. You could eat not just the banana, but you could eat the leaf, the tiny little leaf, right? I gave that a try. I've been trying, there's a lot of greens here that I've just never, I don't even know what they are. If you say beetle nut 3 times, you will summon the beetle man. The beetle juice nut? Rooster Rick with another super sticker. This one's a lemon character and a baby lemon blowing the party horn while marching. Yeah. But beetle nut? It's really just pronounced, but yeah, because I thought there was, okay, right. There's a Hassan chatter. Maybe Twitch can help me out with this. There's a Hassan chatter whose name is, I thought his name was like Betelgeuse, right? And I thought that's what was the joke, is that like, you take like Beetlejuice, which I can only say 1 time, not 3 times. You take Beetlejuice, oh no, now I've said it 2 times. I'll try to avoid saying it again. Well, you take that name of the character, fictional character cannot hurt us, will not be summoned by me saying it a 3rd time. Don't know why I avoid saying it the 3rd time anyway. You know, and then combine it with the nut, which I thought was the betel nut. So I thought that, like, does Hassan just not know how to say his name right? Or their name? They are a mod? Yeah, I don't even know. They are a mod. But is it pronounced? Am I pronouncing it wrong? Does Hassan pronounce it wrong? It's not a reference? I asked him and he had no idea. So it's not a reference to the food then, or the nut, or it's not really a food or a nut. What is it? It's the controlled substance, actually. the beetle nut. And I think when you get it, what is it? Okay, you got like a leaf, right? And they put up the chopped nut onto the leaf, and then there's some kind of dust that they sprinkle on it, and maybe like some sauce. You put the sauce on it, and then they wrap it all up, and you put it in your mouth, and you just kind of suck on it. But I've never tried it, so I wouldn't know. And I don't really want to try it, chat, because I'm not a cigarette oh, I am a coffee person, though. I guess it's a little bit, like, I don't know. I just put that in the category of cigarettes, and, like, you know, it can mess up your teeth. It can, I don't know, it can have some bad effects on you. My friend from Thailand, he's probably 6'2" or 6'3". Not expecting to meet someone from Thailand that tall. Still remember his unique 4-syllable name. You missed hanging out with him? Aw, hopefully you'll get to see him again. So wait, that's not a reference? So the mod from Hassan's chat is not a reference to the nut, right? Easy plug, there we go. Does Betelgeuse, is it pronounced Betelgeuse? That's how Hassan always says it. It's just a way of spelling Beetlejuice, so it's supposed to be Beetlejuice. Yeah, because the people are correcting me on the name of the nut. The nut is pronounced a beetle nut, a beetle leaf, I guess. Wait, oh my gosh, did I say it again, chat? Did I say it 3 times? It's pronounced in the same way as the fictional character whose name I will try to avoid pronouncing. Rice is a staple even while here in America, so I don't let people tell you that rice stunts your growth? Wow. The beetle nut is carcinogenic. It's like chewing tobacco. Found in local Asian groceries here in Oregon, just along with the other spices. There's a chemical reaction between the particular leaf it's wrapped in and some compounds in the nut itself that gives a similar rush or high to... Wait, so it's not the nut and it's not the leaf. It's the combination... It's the combination of the leaf and the nut. That's what gives you the caffeinated, or not caffeinated, but that, Asan is ESL? Well, I didn't know how it was pronounced either. A beetle comes from a Portuguese name for a plant. It's probably pronounced differently in different languages. Good. But yeah, so chat, like, I don't know. One thing about this macaque, the macaque that I got, is that I don't know if it's just because it's so salty, but it's made my mouth incredibly dry. We're gonna... Oh. Up the TV tray not to fuck up. My hotel gives me water that's actually a Coca-Cola product. Yeah, oh, I got it. The water that doesn't break the boycott. Part of the cashew family. Wait, are you talking about the macaque, or are you talking about the beetle nut? Oh my god, okay, that's so good. The macaque is part of... How does my mouth feel? Oh, how's the mouth feel of the macaque fruit? It is, it's very similar to olive. The only thing I would say is there might be, I would say, more astringency to this plum. Looking into it, I bet they have the same Asian grocer. I need to try it. But yeah, let me put the dono goal up to 15% because indeed, just like every day, chat, if we hit 100 on the bonus goal, we get extra topics. Extra topics, extra to what? Extra to this fucking skull controversy that we have now entered into, right? People ask me, why do you cover Ethan Klein so much? And it's because the story is like, I don't know if it's Scheherazade telling it or what, but it keeps on going on. And it keeps on catching us. So like, what's gonna happen next? Oh, what's gonna happen next? Is Ethan is gonna bust out his footage of the skulls. What is happening with the new apartment? I am supposed to go over there today and put a down payment on the apartment. So, I'm getting it, it looks like. Getting the new apartment. And, yeah, looking forward to it too. It's a pretty nice place. I wasn't gonna go for it, right? I was gonna go for something cheaper. That's a very small, studio. But I instead went with, I don't know, it's still a studio, but it's like a much nicer studio. Assembling a cat wheel, and the nice thing about it is it comes with, so normally in Thailand, if you are not a Thai citizen, if you get internet, you gotta pay it all at once, right? That's just how it works, because the internet people want to make sure they get paid. in this case though, part of the deal is that the owner is gonna covering that, so they're you know, they're able to pay it a month, once a month, and so I just sort of pay them. And anyway, Ethan Klein is like Enron? What? Stockwise? Ethan saga goes from funny to what the fuck to concerning to really sad, and then you just start to feel bad, and he does some dumb shit and it circles back, or some just outrageous. Like, the thing about Ethan that I think keeps people hating on him is the fact that he's not a brain genius, and yet he acts like everyone is less intelligent than he is, and that's just insulting, right? When he gaslights you, tells you something that he obviously doesn't believe, that you can fucking tell if you've been watching any period of time that he doesn't believe that, he doesn't think that, he doesn't care about that, right? And he's just going after, you know, and you feel insulted. And it's one thing to be insulted by somebody who is a criminal mastermind, but Ethan is a criminal mid-mind, not a mastermind at all. Kind of the opposite of a mastermind. But yeah, we're gonna get to that. We're gonna get to this Skullgate. Ethan is now apparently accusing Bad Empanada of sending the skull after he implied that a subreddit. This is the weirdest thing, or maybe not so weird, right? There's a element of Ethan trying to group up his critics, right? Put them all together into a group. You're a snarker, you're a snarker, you're a snarker, you're a snarker, right? And then blame all of them, rather than being like, you know, there's some people on the internet that take things too far, and that might be what the skull controversy is. I don't want to downplay it because I don't really know what happened. For all I know, somebody with, you know, played a really bad joke on him. You know, sending somebody a skull is that's not funny. It's an actual human skull, chat. Apparently. But I don't know, and there's a lot of speculation about what happened with the skull. Apparently, you know, he received it a month ago or so, hasn't said anything about it, which is understandable, right? If you're really getting harassment, which getting somebody mailing you a skull, yeah, that's you know, harassment, that shouldn't happen. But in general, chat, I mean, I get harassment, Hassan probably has a fucking, you know, has gotten an insane amount of harassment throughout streaming, right? You know, it's just kind of part of the game. Like, if you are at all a central figure in any kind of controversy, you probably receive something like that. You probably, and Ethan, the other thing about Ethan is he's not just the victim of harassment, he is the perpetuator of harassment. He's the stoker of harassment. He runs his community as if it was the farms. And chat, I am not talking about the tea farms in Chiang Rai. I'm not even talking about the macaque farms in wherever these things are grown, right? I'm talking about the other small green vegetable, those farms, right? That's how Ethan runs his community. So, you know, it's hard to feel sorry for him, even though, yeah, you know, getting sent a skull is a fucked up thing. It is not. I would even guess that he's probably not the only content creator to receive something like that. But yeah, we don't know really. We don't know what we don't know, so I'm gonna try not to speculate too much. But people are speculating on where the skull came from or who sent the skull, including Ethan. Right? He's posited that it was the subreddit. So the subreddit, you know, because like it'd be one thing, like, chat, if you were a rational person, not Ethan Klein, you might say somebody in the subreddit, somebody who's reading the subreddit, very disturbed, went too far, went over the line. Sure, that's, you know, if somebody from the subreddit sent Ethan a skull, that is them going over the line, right? But you can't exactly say that the subreddit sent you, everybody on the subreddit, all the mods, and also the administration at Reddit. I mean, this is what Ethan tries to do. He tries to blame the maximum number of people for something that's obviously done by one person. And that's part of what's so frustrated about him. That's part of what's so bad faith about him, is that he's always just looking for a fucking hole to push you into, and to push as many people. Like, right? He's blaming this to some extent. Like, I feel like we'll watch it later. I feel like he mentioned a Hassan. Remember the Denims thing? Right? Some people in Denim's chat were saying CPS. Somebody, called CPS. So therefore Denims told people to, it's Denim's fault that CPS got called. Or it could be the fault of the person who told the weird story, the weird and disturbing story about a parent who runs a house with dog shit all over the floor. These dogs are infected with, parasites, and posits that maybe his child became infected by a parasite through consuming some of this dog poop. That's a disturbing story, right? And that's the story that Ethan told. That's not a story that Denims made up. That's not a story that Bad Empanada invented. That's a story that Ethan Klein made up. So no, Ethan Klein, if you're not a bad parent, you shouldn't have CPS called on you. I suspect that the story was exaggerated for comedic effect. I suspect that he embellished some things. But if you embellish things and it describes a dangerous situation for kids to live in, and then you go and try to blame somebody else for it. No, Ethan, you don't make up weird stories about, being a horrible parent if they're not true. Don't say that shit. And you gave no indication that it wasn't true, if in fact it wasn't true, which I suspect. I suspect that was him embellishing the shit out of the actual story. I'm talking about the skull thing while wearing a shirt with a bunch of skeletons and skull art. It was a new Teddy Fresh collab. Ooh, that's bad taste. Ethan, I thought you were serious about the skull thing. No, I'm just responding the way, like, look, he can wear skulls on his t-shirt all he wants. He can wear a Grateful Dead shirt if he wants. The steal your face skull. He can do, like, I'm not gonna be on Ethan's nuts or Ethan's plums, right? Just because, he happens to wear a skeleton shirt on the same day that he's making accusations that somebody sent him a skull. But I feel like if I was Ethan Klein, I would. I feel like that is a very Ethan move to do. Oh, you're wearing a skull shirt? You don't take this very seriously, just like he did with the bleach sword, Oh, so you're doing a video about a Jewish guy, and you bring out a sword that has a swastika on it. I mean, it's not a swastika. It doesn't look like a swastika. All it is a sword handle that swirls in the other way that a swastika would. But no, it becomes like, oh yeah, no, that was a dog whistle, or it was in bad taste, or iDubbbz should have known better, Hassan should have known better, or like, they had a million swords they could have picked from, and Hassan is apparently somewhat of a skull collector? No, a sword collector. And, oh my god, chat, my mouth is so fucking... I let myself get dehydrated. That's a bad idea, because we got so much to cover today, and I gotta do it fairly fast, chat, because I've got an appointment. After all this, I've got an appointment to talk to the apartment people and make this whole thing happen. So I don't want to be late to that. Where Ethan is fight clubbing himself, moonlighting as a snarker? Oh my god. I mean, we don't know what we don't know, Rave. BE showed a clip again from the original blog. Olivia says for real, and he doesn't say yes or no, but keeps going. That's his fault. Wait, the original blog, when you say original blog, do you mean the original VOD? The original Ethan VOD of the... We're talking about so many things. Oh god, the Dancing Monkeys comments. Yeah, what was that? Directed at Mike from PA? Is that what it was? Is it? Yeah, Mike from PA. Well, I feel like Ethan... Who was the first to say the Dancing Monkeys comment? I feel like it might have been Ethan. Mike said something similar, and it's got... like, Ethan's trying to to portray Mike as, like, somebody that they didn't want to invite. I don't know even where Mike lives. I don't know if he still lives in Pennsylvania, which would be a very good explanation for why he's not in that video. or if he is actually in the LA area where, you know, putting him in the video would be convenient. I think the skulls that were sent to him were part of a promotion for Teddy Fresh. I have seen that theory. I don't know. A reminder at a certain time, and the original podcast where he made the giardia comments. That's what I thought you were talking about, Narwhal. That makes sense. Keith Olbermann's podcast today said that Lisa Murkowski, Alaska Senator, will say she will try to get Senate GOP colleagues to stop Trump's terrorism, to stop him deporting people. She's afraid, and her colleagues, for her safety. So this is Keith Olbermann saying that Lisa Murkowski is gonna be making some moves in the GOP Senate caucus. I've also heard that Lisa Murkowski might leave the Republican Party, and people are speculating either become a Democrat or caucus with the Democrats as an independent. It was Ethan's wife that said, wait, that said what? If that's the case, it's Teddy Fresh promotion. That would be wild. I mean, we don't know what we don't know. I definitely don't want to put my stamp of approval on any unfounded theories about... And like I said, chat, from what I know right now, it may very well be that somebody sent Ethan a skull in bad taste. We have no real reason to think that's not the case. They run the Museum of Osteology and work with booths at the Paleo conference I attended. Wait, this company that puts out skulls? Yeah, so it's a company that, I think they're, what is it called again, chat? The Bad Empanada shows the name of the company. We can watch part of the Bad Empanada video, but he actually does show live video of the skulls themselves, which I'm not sure is okay on Twitch. I'm not sure if it's okay on YouTube. It's in the Bad Empanada video, so I would assume so, but H3 blurred the skulls out. He's also bitching about his lack of views, right? Nobody wants to watch his... He was disappointed when his audience hadn't seen the video yet. They're like, oh, it's not showing it to you? Aw. The package was delivered to his house, addressed to him, but gave it to the crew to open it when he wasn't there. Because he assumed it was Dan's. Cannot... Oh my god. Yeah, the story behind this is wild. But yeah, so yeah, what it is a company that supplies skulls for academic purposes. If you are taking a college level anatomy course, you probably need to look at a human skull, right? In fact, depending on what you're going for, depending on if you're trying to become a doctor or something like that, you might need to actually dissect a human being and see a skull that way. You might even need to chisel into the ear canal to look at the small bones within the ear, right? You know, there's a lot that is useful about a human skull for educational purposes, right? Specifically in the medical field. And so that is my understanding of who they supply these bones to. Wait, Hila said the monkey? Oh, Hila called the, yeah, when Hila's reacting to the iDubbbz content cop and they're doing the Fortnite dance, that's what, Jordan Ellis in chat is telling me, is that Hila was the one that said, you know, they're dancing monkeys. And then I guess Mike, repeated something like he doesn't need to be a dancing monkey. So they're trying to make it like that Mike is calling them monkeys. They're trying to sow dissent, like make it, I don't know, isolate Mike, I guess. I don't believe it's a real skull. Aren't there laws against that? I mean, it's definitely legal to, have a skull if you're, for educational purposes. I don't know, like, what would there be laws against? Maybe disrespecting human remains or something like that? Because I know that, yeah, I've examined a number of skulls, and, a few slices of brain, and, remains of people who were nice enough to donate their bodies to science, right? It's part of any sort of education, any sort of comprehensive education surrounding anatomy, to be able to look at real life examples of human Skulls Unlimited. Thank you. It's a real skull from the website Skulls Unlimited. It had serial numbers and a tag on the photo. The serial number on the skull was the same one as on the Skulls Unlimited site. It's the same skull as in Ethan's photos, meaning so there's like a little bit of a mystery aspect to that. Get your magnifying glasses out, and we're gonna solve this mystery, or do our best to solve it. They wanted to teach those classes where you cut into a person. Wait, Gross Lab? I feel like that's not the official name for that class. I'm trying to remember what the official name was. I always just called it Gross Lab. Because it is pretty gross, chat. If you want to, you know, dissect, you know, body of a donor, it's not something I think everybody could do. If it was a prank, it cost them 2,200. So here's what the other weird thing that I've heard about this, right? This is a company, yeah, Skulls Unlimited. It's weird though, because like in my experience, the human remains are procured from, like, I don't know what they were. It just doesn't. Skulls Unlimited, it sounds like a company. You know what I mean? And when I've seen like this sort of stuff in an academic setting, it's always been like, you know, some kind of a, I don't know, people donate their bodies to science. People, when they die, they leave, I don't know, like, you know, some kind of a documentation that they would like their body to be preserved for a, you know, limited amount of time, because you really can't you don't want to hold on to these things too long, chat. They have a limited lifespan. But yeah, the body is, you know, preserved. It is with formaldehyde, and those body bags are then sent to universities, right? But I don't ever remember it being like a fucking company with like branding that does it. It's always, I don't know. I guess I never really got into like who procures the bodies. I kind of guess it would be a government agency or an educational institution that does it. You know all the laws. You work with bones. You're a paleontologist. Nice. Yakuza's reminding us that it's 2 skulls, not just 1. Yeah. Cannot move around human remains without things like those tags. Well, yeah, because at the end of the day, chat, these are the remains of loved ones of people that are still alive. And the family of the donors eventually want those remains to be returned, and, you know, for the bodies to either be, you know, cremated or to be, the remains to either be cremated or to be buried, right? That's... We had our whole skeleton in our high school room. Yeah, so the things that will be preserved and maybe kept for longer periods by educational institutions are, you know, things like skeletons, right? That would involve, I guess, the that's a pretty intense dissection when you're talking about taking all of the remains off of the bones, get it into that state where, you know, it could be preserved either by as a skeleton. Some of them, you know, will hang off of stands, and sometimes the bones are separated. You need paperwork, says Funkmaster Ka. It's a real skull, says Maxine. Someone who donated their skeleton to science? But yeah, somebody was saying before it's an expensive joke. So my understanding is that this particular organization, they work with a lot of academic institutions. Some of those academic institutions have like a tab, like, right? Like if it's the University of Oklahoma or, you know, whatever educational institution, they don't pay, they pay afterwards, right? And that's what I'm told happened here, is that these weren't paid. That's the weirdest thing too, is that they were sent out without being paid for. They must not have had an actual account of a educational institution. Otherwise that institution would be kind of in trouble for this, and also, yeah, on the line for the bill. But yeah, it's apparently a carnival of errors that ended up in the skulls actually being sent rather than this being flagged, and make sure that the skulls are the ones that they're supposed. Yeah, because at the end of the day, you know, the remains of the donors belong to the families of the donors. Side. Done with it. Well, is anybody saying it's not a real skull? You know so much about skulls. What is the ideal skull shape? There you go. Scientists should be richer than sports stars. Fight me on that. Anatomy lab is what they try to make all paleo grad students do. I can dissect animals but not people, so I did that instead. Oh, that field, that part of paleontology, they're donated and stuff. Apparently my grandpa, who was a forensic scientist, had acquired and kept his the skull of an indigenous Australian. He returned it at least. They source these things legally. Skulls Unlimited is the company that operates the Museum of Osteology and headquartered in Oklahoma City. So I don't know why. I don't know if I heard Oklahoma somewhere, but that I randomly said like Oklahoma State or something. The Kleins literally always get scammed. Everything's a scam. Everything's a computer. People donate, yes, but capitalists figured out how to make a buck out of something that shouldn't be for profit. Yeah, that does strike me as wrong. New CIA drone pilot. The fact that these, you know, people donate their bodies to science because they want students to learn off of their remains, right? Which is, you know, it's great that people are out there doing that. You know, it's great that some people do that, because otherwise it'd be really hard to study these things. And you if you really want to understand anatomy, you got to see a real example of a skull, of a brain, of muscles, of you know, even, you know, things like cancer. It's not a government agency. Yeah, so I was saying, like, I always assumed that for the donors' bodies, when somebody orders a body bag of a preserved donor in formaldehyde, that was either through a government agency or an educational institution. I had never heard of, you know, although I didn't really work with my anatomy teacher. So, some people, like, you know, some people volunteered to do more stuff in the gross lab. I just did what I needed to pass the class, and I was out of there. I didn't want to know more about it, but yeah, I guess the people that volunteered might have found out, like, you know, with the company or where she's procuring these things. I just always made assumptions that these were. Usually there's documentation. There's a lot of cross-checking. It is sanitary when it is on the academic side anyway. Why would anyone? I hate that oh god, yeah. That's one of the worst parts of the studying in a gross lab. Donate. You take my skull, my family better get most of that $2,500. You would think. What is the skull drama? We're about to jump into it here. We're about to get started. A whole human skeleton is like 20K, I think. We had a controversy one year where a student stole a bone from one of the anatomy labs couldn't be opened for study at night anymore. Yeah. Oh yeah. That was ours was like that too, especially during finals. Like they would, you know, you could always come into the lab after when a class wasn't going on in there and sort of practice identifying features, identifying tendons and ligaments and, you know, bony landmarks and the like. That was what was on the test, right? They'd literally they'd put a pin in part of a body that was partially dissected and ask you, what is this? What is this feature on the body? You'd have to identify it. Sometimes if it was something like a vein or an artery, you'd identify the source of the vein or artery, and you'd identify the you know, termination, like where it goes to. Just like rivers. Why not a regular? You know, that's a good question, Philip Blair. And I think that some people, maybe for religious reasons, and Shaky Gurger's back. Look at that. Look at that, chat. Shaky Gurger works again. Okay, that's good. I don't know why our the notifications for YouTube alerts. I don't know if Twitch. We'll see. I guess if Twitch alerts work, if somebody subs or donates bits, it'll show it or not. But right now it doesn't look like the YouTube are working, so I'll have to make sure to notice those. Thank people when that happens. Ethan is thinking that the package was for H3. Use just cement even more than Ethan doesn't have proper corporate governance prep. Oh, it cements the fact that it doesn't have proper corporate governance practices. You don't front your shit like that? Yeah, well, like, I don't know. Apparently this company did, or at least according to Ethan. I mean, well, look, we got Ethan commenting on it. We got Bad Empanada commenting on it. Got a lot of people positing. I guess the subreddit's talking about it too. Skull is a real human skull. The company sells skulls that were donated to MedSci but are no longer usable. My dad was a doctor and we didn't have any skulls at the house. One day, well, yeah, they'd be at the school, right? If your dad, or is your dad is a... One day, the head of plastic surgery passed dad in the med school and said, come on, help me pick some heads to practice rhinoplasties on. True story. Boston U depends on donations of brains to do groundbreaking studies at the CTE Center. Hard to fit all the details in a little chat. I thought to myself, can you imagine needing a nose job your whole life and not getting one until you're dead? Oh, the rhinoplasty thing? Yeah. Yeah, that is kind of... Skulls Unlimited acquires human bones from bodies donated to science, private collectors, institutions, and medical professionals. According to the website, they would have to fail their own vetting policies and procedures to send skulls out, not paid for, and not labeled. pull on it. Yeah, that. I think Bad Empanada shows one of the pictures of the boxes, and yeah, it says Skulls Unlimited on the box. Kind of wild. It's just like their branding. So Teddy Fresh show a preview of their next line of clothing, and it's skull based. Like somebody said, Ethan was wearing a skull shirt or something on that day. Is it legal to arrange my funeral to be eaten by wild animals? Damn. That's the Timothy Treadwell funeral, I guess. I don't know. Bad joke. God, bad joke. He wasn't eaten willingly. He didn't want to be eaten by the bear. Chat. That's Grizzly Man, the Werner Herzog film. If you want to. But it's based on a true story. Timothy Treadwell was a grizzly, self-styled grizzly expert. You know, thought that he knew how to read the signals off of the bears, and well, sometimes. No, God, I gotta not make jokes about this. I can't make jokes about Timothy Treadwell. Sorry, Chad. Ethan supposedly graduated uni with a English degree. Why is he so bad at writing a script? Yeah, good question. My dad's most beloved professor donated his body to his class, and wow, okay, now I can't imagine that. Oh my God. Yeah, that was the one nice thing about the donors that I you know, practiced identifying landmarks and features on, was that I did not know any of them. I did not want to. It would have been really awkward if it was, if the donors were anybody that I had known, but I guess their own. Was a nun that donated their body to the class. There was a lot of reverence in both. Oh yeah, you know, there is a lot of, yeah, that like, it's pretty common for anatomy classes to even maybe hold a ceremony for the donors after, you know, class is over. I know I had to dissect all the specimens. Yes, okay, we gotta get into this, Pat. Would you ever have a pet Mog? Oh, like they were in Final Fantasy 7 or just 6? How about a Choco? I'm not allowed to have pets in my apartment, unfortunately. It's really hard to find an apartment that allows pets here. Plastics. Okay, so anyway, like, I gotta get through this. Gotta pull up the old H3 pod vid of William Osmond telling Ethan how to buy human remains online. Wow. Wait, so is this part of the theory that Ethan ordered this himself? I know that's one of the theories that people are kicking around. The part I don't believe is about the skulls is that Ethan received them around the same time as a CPS call. And he never mentioned it for weeks. Okay, so let me tell you why that might have happened, all right? When you get harassment, which happens to every content creator at a certain level, right? But past a certain level of size, you will experience a horrible shit from being a public figure, right? And the one thing that you don't do that you might think that you would do if you're not a content creator, you might think, okay, so you get harassed, you're gonna tell us about it tomorrow, right? Wrong. You know, when this happens, a lot of times we ignore it. We don't acknowledge it publicly because we know that that is part of what the person doing the harassment is looking for, right? They want to see action to it. They want to be disturbed by it. So, you know, just giving your honest reaction, telling your audience what has happened to you is something that is sometimes smart to forgo. And I have, it's very hard too, because, like, you know, forge a bond with your audience and you want to kind of let them know what's going on, you know, in your content creation, maybe a little bit of a window into your life, etc. And then, you know, something like this happens and you realize that the more that you acknowledge this publicly, the more you're going to encourage the harassment. So the idea is that you do your best to give them action. That's normally what's done. So Ethan not talking about the skulls actually kind of makes sense. Now, kind of what doesn't make sense, though, is Ethan not talking about the skulls until now. That part is That part is weird. That part, you know, and I don't want to victim blame, because indeed, if Ethan got, you know, sent skulls, you know, that is harassment. That should not happen. I don't want to victim blame Ethan for what happened, but when you make this kind of thing public, it sort of looks like you're trying to encourage more of it. Either that, or you're just, you know, you're doing something that will invariably encourage either copycats, or, you know, the person who's doing it to get a rise out of you, to get a reaction. It encourages them to do more stuff. Right? In general, if you want to minimize this sort of thing, the method that's employed is called, I think, the Gray Rock method, where you just try to not give any reaction at all. Just kind of starve them of attention, and eventually, hopefully, usually they move on. It might take, as I experienced, so much medical stuff I need to deal with. Finding medical access is... I have got to somehow get through chat here. I keep on talking and then I don't. They cover the faces of the donors. Yeah, most of the time there was a okay, so the exception, okay, so Philip Blair is asking me, did they cover the faces of the donors? Yeah, in order for me to feel comfortable, you know, working on the donors, I needed to not see their face, right? Faces were covered most of the time. The other reason that a lot of stuff is covered when you're not working on it, right? So, you know, there's sort of a procedure, there's an order of operations, depending on what your class is, of what you're going to look at, which different parts of the body. Maybe even, if you're lucky, maybe it's even integrated into your anatomy course. So while you're learning about certain systems, while you're learning about certain body parts, you're going to be dissecting those body parts as well, so that you can kind of integrate in that way. So when you're working on the leg, for instance, abdomen and the arms are covered. They're covered in sheets that are kind of sprayed down, and this is to keep the donors moist, because you know, saving that, the donors will dry out, and so, you know, you kind of only want to have one thing uncovered at a time. And if you're not studying the face, if you're not studying the skull or anything around there, then yeah, you're gonna probably have it covered. Also, you know, that's a human face. That's a human face of a person who's passed, and I don't know how other people feel about it, but it's not something that I could look at every day, especially if I was having to make, you know, incisions and dissections of the remains, right? It would be very hard. But chat, there are muscles in the face, yeah, that need to be studied. There are teeth in the gums, tongue, so, you know, cavity, eyes, you know, there's a lot, there are topics of anatomy up here, right? So, you know, if you're doing a comprehensive gross lab, at some point you're gonna, you know, affect the face as well. You know, to look at those. But you know, if you want to see the bony structures, the bony landmarks of the skull, right? You know, you've got to cut. And that part was probably the hardest part for me. Why would Ethan do a stunt like this if he wants to sue Bad Empanada for defamation? Oh, I don't know. Like, I can't weigh in on the theories people have about this. They told me they kept the faces and hands covered to make it less like you were cutting into a person. Yep. Oh, and hands. Yeah, that makes sense too. I've been like trying to eat. Sean barely even mentions the harassment that he receives. Yeah, and a lot of us that, especially the more harassment you receive, the more interested you are in trying to manage it and trying to minimize it, right? The more, you know, when you hear about it, it's just like, oh, somebody wrote you a nasty thing. You're thinking like somebody wrote a bad thing about you on Twitter. That's a harassment, right? I mean, that is, you know, unpleasant, but that's nothing compared to, you know, the kind of shit that you get that can be a lot more toxic, right? So once you've received this and you know the human toll that it takes on you, you want to do everything that you can to minimize it. And yeah, one of those things is to just not to starve the person trying to get your attention, trying to get the recognition, trying to do something to you, and then see the reaction. You give them no reaction, and hopefully they move on. Even if your apartment doesn't allow pets, you got to start finding random critters on windows. Hopefully no scorpions, though. That part is virtually impossible. Ethan Klein cannot keep his fucking mouth shut. Wait, I hate to have to scroll through this, especially given that some of these notifications for super chats, super stickers, and the like are not showing up. But I also want to read your comments. I try to read all your comments. I can't respond to all of them. But yeah, at this point, we need to get the show going. We really, oh my god, chat, we really do. Okay, I'm caught up. I'm caught up with chat. Let's get going. So like I said, we're going to be talking about Ethan Klein and Skullgate today. Ethan supposedly got sent from a organization called Skulls Alive. Wait, no, what the fuck are they called? Now I forgot the name of the Skull Company. But anyway, the Skull Company, somebody ordered a skull. Ethan, like the way that somebody would like order pizza to, you know, to fuck with somebody, right? Which is extra fucked up. But extra fucked up when, like, it's bad enough when you're getting, like, you know, pizzas and stuff sent to your house, right? Because that implies that the person doing it knows where you live. But it's even worse when Skulls Unlimited, yeah, you're getting skulls sent to your house. So that's what happened. We're gonna look into that. There's an Ethan Klein video about it. There's then Ethan Klein today on stream went over it for like 2 hours, talked about it for a decent long time. And Bad Empanada's got a video sort of pushing back on some of Ethan's claims because Ethan tries to attribute the skulls being sent to Bad Empanada at one point and to the subreddit at another point. So that's what's going on. We also have the opportunity for bonus content now. Chat, if bonus content is going to happen today, it's going to have to happen fairly fast because I am on a ticker. I am on a time limit. I need to make sure that I can get to the place I'm supposed to go to pay the deposit for my apartment. Whoa, what's happening?
Narwhal_by super chatted $5.
Oh, thank you for the super chat, Narwhal. So that one worked. Maybe it's just the stickers that aren't coming through. I don't know. Anyway, we've got some pretty cool stuff that's on the bonus poll, right? We've got the opportunity for bonus content, and you can vote on it on YouTube, right? If you're on Twitch, feel free to come over and vote anyway. I'm not telling you to watch it on YouTube. I'm just saying you can come over, you can place your vote, and you can leave a like while you're there, because that helps me out a lot, and I appreciate it greatly. Right on our poll right now, the top vote getter is Ethan to talk with Sam Cedar. Yeah, Ethan says that he's ready to talk to Sam. So we'll see what that's about, if that gets picked. Second place, Gokunaru Reacts. to the content cop. We haven't seen Gokunaru's reaction yet. We're curious, given that he made the seminal Ethan Klein takedown video back in the day. The third place, we got Ethan goes after Dr. Kirk Honda. Again, yeah, he talks about Dr. Honda. He's basically, like, from what I can see, it's like Dr. Honda did a video, you know, giving his thoughts about the situation. And after Ethan said something about it on Instagram that I still haven't seen, he took it down. If you want to see Dr. Honda's video, my VOD from 2 days ago might be the only source that you have to be able to see this, because Dr. Honda took it down. This is Psychology in Seattle, as I think his YouTube channel name. He's a psychologist indeed, from Seattle, a friend of iDubbbz, somebody who has rated both iDubbbz and Ethan's apologies, and, you know, became part of the video when iDubbbz visited him, asking him to change Ethan's perfect apology grade to a not perfect apology grade. And in third place, we have finishing the iDubbbz content cop. We could also do that. So we got to get into that. That's what's going on. Remember, chat, if we hit 100% on the bonus goal, we'll get another bonus topic. If we hit 200, we'll get 2 bonus topics, and I'll be scrambling to cover those. But yeah, this goes up every time somebody does a super chat, a super sticker. If you get yourself a membership on YouTube, if you gift memberships on YouTube, it goes up. It goes up if you sign up for my Patreon, or if you support me over on Throne. And it also goes up if you support me on Twitch, which I appreciate greatly, because again, all political streamers on Twitch have been demonetized, effectively demonetized. So the only way that I make any money at all is through the generous contribution from viewers like yourself. And I appreciate that greatly. You also get emotes, right? That goes for memberships on YouTube. That goes for subs on Twitch. Either of those will get you weasels. You will be weaseled, you will be jellyfished, and you will be able to use the emotes of the channel amongst so much more. Dr. Honda's video is very fair. He's one that added the heart to the content. Oh yeah, that's right. The whole, you know, understanding and empathy and forgiveness part is basically a facet of iDubbbz's interaction with Dr. Honda. So that's what's going on. The other thing that I should mention to you is, if you do donate, you have the opportunity to kind of put your thumb on the scale as far as the bonus content that we do. Right now, all this stuff says 0, right? But if you donate and you say, I want to see Ethan talks to Sam Cedar, I want to see Gokunaru, etc., etc. If you mention one of these things when you donate, I will put your money where your mouth is. I will add your donation as a percentage to the topic of your choice, and yes, that percentage will be added to the total score. So you will potentially put your favorite topic over the edge just by letting me know in the chat which of these topics you want to see covered. And with that, chat, we got to get going, because I did not mean to spend an hour talking about beetle nuts and cock and Sam Cedar and anatomy labs and all kinds of things, chat. We got to get in. We got to jump into this. We got to make this happen. Okay, let's hurry this up, hurry this along. So what are we going to start with? I think we're going to start with, yeah, we'll just start with Ethan's VOD from today.
Hello, my friends, and welcome back to the H3 show. Do you have your passports? Did you get your shots? Girl, would you like to come back with Rob?
Is this, yeah, what is this? This is copyrighted, isn't it? I don't think we can watch this. Sings that. That's a real song, right? Got that video to go over. Vape Nash. We gotta watch some Vape Nash. No, I'm opening this one because
A few days ago, my
official response content cop, which where the whole thing
Ethan Klein is once more doing what Zionists do best.
start with Ethan.
You know what I mean? America is rock. Here and see you out there, my brother.
A shouts out to the
Yeah, what was that, Chad? I feel like that's an actual song. Removed R. Kelly from my brain out of survival. That's R. Kelly. Sung by R. Kelly to a man at his concert. Not a real song. Trafficking? Oh my god. So when he says, "Did you get your passport?" He's trying to traffic somebody? Yeah, I'm not up to date on the R. Kelly, or thank you for God, Ethan looks awful. Just until you see him in the basement, not Ethan's basement, not the channel Ethan video from Ethan production.
horrible R. Kelly.
He got a new one. He's not in the closet. I'm in a prison. I'm in a prison.
He did one thing with that America song. He did, and that I believe I can fly song. That one was good too.
Banger.
So obviously there's, excuse me for yawning.
There's a lot to discuss here today. I posted, for those of you that don't know, an H3 video response to my good friend iDubbbz, aka Ian, the evil Ian, now known as. Ian Slater is the good Ian, and iDubbbz is evil Ian.
We want to stay out of the drama.
He's not even evil Ian, he's just idiot Ian. He's just a total idiot. Yeah, so
I mean, that's kind of how it started out with Ethan, right? Where it was just like he was wrong. He was confidently wrong. He was making an argument with Hassan, who is somebody who knows the facts of the matter. And Hassan wanted to cut him a break and just say, Ethan just doesn't know. He's a good guy. Don't hate him. The whole fucking community is hating him because at the time when a genocide is getting started, he's lining up on the side doing the Hasbara that's allowing the genocide, right? So, you know, like whether it's an interpersonal conflict or an issue of, you know, your ego being hurt, right? It never excuses voicing propaganda that is meant to enable a genocide at the time when that genocide is happening. I don't know how to explain, you know, to Ethan and his fans who think, but he doesn't, you know, have the worst takes on Israel. He doesn't have the, okay, I'm sorry, dude, then you maybe shouldn't have gotten involved in rehashing, you know, propaganda meant to dehumanize Palestinian people and meant to enable a genocide when the fucking genocide is happening. Right? It went from just like Ethan does not know what the fuck he's talking about, and he's popping off about stuff that he's ignorant about, to, you know, he's on the wrong side of history. And that's a fucked up thing. And even then Hassan did not want to, you know, create a conflict, did not want to stoke anger at Ethan, tried everything that he could to minimize, you know, any sort of hatred towards Ethan from his community. But it's like Ethan is saying the shit that he's saying, and the audience for Leftovers, which is, you know, overlaps with the audience for Hassan, is going to have some feelings about that. So, you know, like, this is literally what Hassan tried to explain is like I can't help you when you're saying the shit that you're saying, right? You know, this is the kind of shit that's going to provoke that response.
I made a H3 Productions response video. Let's take a look here. Obviously, we've watched the entire content cop on the podcast. But in this, whoops.
You said about me.
In this video, I shared a new bit of information that a lot of people took note of. A few days ago, my good friend Ian, also known as iDubbbz, released a content cop about me. In this 16-minute brilliant takedown, I flawlessly and effortlessly defend myself.
Wow.
No, actually, the point, I think y'all should watch it, but the point is that he completely didn't mention CPS one time, which I thought was absolutely, it was absolutely insane, right? Considering that affects every single thing.
Considering that your crash out started before the CPS thing, considering that iDubbbz and Anissa had nothing to do with CPS, and you fucking burned them anyway? No, Ethan, you can't fucking hide behind your kids, you scumbag. Absolute monster. This guy is acting like he's weaponizing, you know, people's parental sense of protectiveness, right? If somebody goes after your kids, if somebody tries to harm your kids, if somebody insults your kids, you know, and you're a social media creator, yeah, you're going to have feelings about that, and those feelings are understandable. Ethan is trying to weaponize that to retcon his earlier feelings about how funny, like, Aaron Bushnell self-immolating is, about how, you know, the real villains of the Israel-Palestine situation are the protesters. About the need to focus on militant resistance within Palestine rather than fucking active genocide, right? You can't retcon those things out of existence, even though you want to try. You want to try to fuck up the timeline and make, no, this was all about CPS. I was minding my own business, and all of a sudden they called CPS. Tried to take my kids away from me, never minding the fact that the thing that enabled, or the thing that prompted the CPS visit, from all accounts, is your fucked up story where your irresponsibility and negligence, in your own words, and again, Chad, I'm willing to grant that maybe Ethan exaggerated this story. I'm willing to grant that maybe Ethan's a good parent and that these kids weren't in danger, and it just made for a funny story. But regardless, you told a funny story with no indication that you were lying, with no indication that you were exaggerating, in which your kids get infected by giardia through your negligence. That's where this started. But yeah, go on, keep lying, King.
Mentioned in his video, well, anyway, one of the things I brought up was that where's the timestamps? Chop chop.
I'm gonna eat some water chestnuts.
Timestamp boy.
Let me go to this part, and I'll show you guys here. Yeah, here it is. Throw that in my face to characterize anything I'm doing as crashing out.
It's
that I need help.
1354. It's in the doc if you want.
Here we go.
God, this is a boring clip. I thought we had a better
Okay,
clip.
calm down, bro. I'm getting there. Keemstar.
Bro, give me the meat of the clip.
I'm trying. He's right. I should be more prepared. 1350, you said?
Yeah.
All right. Then my side.
Our silence means something. It means that we would like to pause this relationship until you figure your shit out.
Our bro thinks we're dating.
I'm sorry. Did the guy that last time we watched him... implied that an anime sword was a Nazi dog whistle? Did he just give a timestamp? Yep. Yep. Look, listen, that's just a timestamp, right? 13 minutes and 50 seconds, but it also happens to be a racist dog whistle. And look, I think that a timestamp can happen to be 1350, right? And that just be like, that's where the timestamp was, right? But if I was Ethan Klein, I'd be all over that shit, being like, oh, 1350. Oh, it couldn't be 1349 or 13 or 30. It had to be exactly. Oh, this is clearly a dog whistle. My dude is signaling racism, just like Hassan was signaling fascism with the sword from Bleach. I'm sorry, Ethan, but if you want to be hoisted on your own petard, keep going. Keep going with that shit.
Meat of the clip.
I'm trying. He's right. I should be more prepared. 1350, you said?
Yeah.
All right. Then my side.
Our silence means something. It means that we would like to pause this relationship until you figure your shit out.
Our bro thinks we're dating.
Pope died at 88. That's a dog whistle. Yeah, according to Ethan Klein's logic. But unfortunately, chat, his logic only applies to his detractors, never to himself.
Or some shit. Like, I can't get over at the beginning. I'm on a tangent now. But in the beginning, he goes, we can resume our friendship once you get help. And I'm like,
He needs a good fucking ass whooping is what he needs.
there is no friendship. Trust me on that one, buddy. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I need a good ass whooping. Okay, dude.
I mean, I've never been a believer in corporal punishment, chat. So I can't endorse that exactly, but
Silence means something. That's exactly what we felt. Wow, it's almost like we were right about you. There's something that I've never talked about publicly, but around the same time,
oh yeah, we were right. We were right because our silence means something. When you don't specify the something, obviously you must mean the same something that Ethan and Ela are thinking, right? Your silence means you're a bad person. Oh, I see. iDubbbz, I guess that's a cell phone. You agree with us, or could it be our silence means something different? Like we do not want to like rubber stamp your crash out, and we definitely don't want to rubber stamp the awful things that you've been saying about the Free Palestine movement and the fact that you've been attacking, you know, a ton of people on that side of things at the time when their voices are most important.
we received 2 human skulls in the mail at our home, which led us to having a very pleasant interview with the FBI. Things have progressed well past the point of that's just what the internet does. Ian had a recent... So a lot of people had a lot to say about this. Lots of basically the coping right now. A lot of people were outraged and horrified by that, rightfully so. That's the correct response. A lot of people were... the coping was insane. They're saying either it's... This is the Hassan sphere. It's fake. I ordered it myself.
This is the Hassan sphere, or this is that subreddit? It's the subreddit.
Or another good one, we bought it for Teddy Fresh and...
Again, but this guy loves group guilt. This guy loves group punishment, right? And that is one of the key issues at the heart of what's going on in Gaza right now. Collectivizing the guilt from October 7th to innocent people in Gaza.
Forgot we had it.
Mm-hmm. Wow.
Obviously, you know, Ethan rolling, you know, Hassan, Denims, all their fans into, you know, anything that the Snark subreddit does, or anything, in this case, anything that somebody ostensibly from the subreddit does. I mean, we don't know what we know, chat. Like I was saying, I was kind of resisting going along with some people's theories about where the skull came from, or, you know, what Ethan's involvement in this might have been. Like I said, we don't know what we don't know, but he doesn't know what he doesn't know either. And, you know, yeah, some deranged person ostensibly sent you that skull, but now we're going to use it to go after a whole ass subreddit and all of my enemies, and everybody who doesn't agree with me is everybody who doesn't rubber stamp my fucking crash out, right, is now responsible for this skull being sent. I guess you're on the side of the skull senders, aren't you? You approve of skull sending? You approve of calling CPS on innocent parents who didn't do anything wrong except tell a fucked up story that implies their children are in danger? Yeah.
Mm-hmm. That's creative.
Now,
Yeah, at least that one, you know, it's a little creative writing in there.
I mean, yeah. You guys have made skulls on t-shirts. It makes sense.
the funny thing is, like, I'm kind of glad that I didn't fully explain it in this video, because it just baits these people into exposing how pathetic worms they are. Because the skull thing's actually the easiest thing to prove. I wasn't even here when you guys opened it. I mean, unfortunately, I remember seeing your hand.
Yeah.
I saw AB's with the gloves. Dan, Dan was there.
Manic Mermaid says, I don't know anybody in the Hassan community who fucks with Reddit like Ethan hallucinates we do. Yeah. Charlie Kelly with the super chat. In therapy, we teach folks like Ian that how someone, Ethan, reacts to a boundary like silence, like is indicative of their respect for your humanity. Damn. Yeah, and his crash out in relationship to iDubbbz and Anise is fully about the silence. It is about Anise and iDubbbz not disavowing the people that Ethan perceives as his ops. That's all they did. That's all they did to get burned by Ethan, by the worst fucking friend in the world.
You were there, Olive?
I was there.
I think we were all present because it was, we were just at the office. And so,
Yeah, thank you for the super chat, Charlie.
and poor AB is a trooper as always and was the one.
You were fearlessly.
I did not want to touch that shit.
Me neither. I
personally.
wouldn't want to touch that.
Yeah, I didn't mind it.
You did fall sick. How shortly?
Oh, God. Was
did
it
you
some
fall
sort
sick?
of curse?
And by the way, welcome back. AB.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm so glad you're back, AB.
Thank you. Yeah, me too. I thought I was dying.
You feeling better?
Yeah.
I thought the skulls were sent to his home, not the studio. In his studio, in his house. Well, I mean, he does have like a little setup in the basement where, like the videos like this. Find. Wait, what the fuck? Oh, it's weird, chat. Right here it says the video is called "My Response to iDubbbz Content Cop." Yeah, so this is his setup in the basement that I was talking about. But when I look at the tab, it says "I'm sorry," and then in parentheses, "My response to the iDubbbz Content Cop." I guess that's there for clickbait, so that you'll think that, oh my gosh, is Ethan apologizing? And then you click on it, it's like, nope. But yeah, that he does have a setup in his basement that's kind of like a mini studio. I think it's where he edited the content nuke as well. But no, where was the skull initially sent? That's the question. I have heard people say that yes, it was to Ethan's house, and that makes me wonder. Maybe Bad Empanada will be able to shed some light on this for us. I know Ethan hates that people are going on, are checking with Bad Empanada for the facts, but when it comes to questions of history, that's definitely a more reliable source than Ethan. And, even in this case, just to get a non-gaslighty version of it. Now, listen, Bad Empanada, not entirely counting on him to give us the 100% accurate, zero-spin version of events, but it's good to at least cross-check what Ethan is saying, because so much of the time, chat, Ethan is gaslighting us. AB just happened to be sick. Oh, when he watched the Content Cop, Attack of the Hank, I don't think this is true. I think this is more gaslighting, right? So my recollection is this, right? AB had been sick a few days before the Content Cop, or like a day or like 2 days or something before the Content Cop happened. When they were going over the Content Cop, AB so AB's sick, right? Doesn't come into the office, calls in from home. Ethan clickbaited this, of course, to make it look like today, bon voyage to AB, like clickbaited that, maybe AB was leaving the show. And then he calls in from home and, he's okay. He's just sick. Comes in the next day for the initial reaction to the Content Cop. And after having contradicted what Ethan and Hila were saying, we don't see AB for the rest of that video, for the rest of that podcast. We also don't see AB the next day, which is Friday, when Ethan goes over the full Content Cop. And so, yeah, he does kind of disappear there for a couple days right after he contradicted Ethan. I think that it's not out of question to assume that this was related. That the reason that AB kind of disappears for a couple days is because of contradicting Ethan.
Yeah, I
Thank
mean,
God.
not 100%, but alive.
Thank you, man. I'm
Alive is
glad.
good.
Yeah.
Alive is good.
But yeah, you're 100% right about the skulls being such a clear example of how insane that subreddit is.
Yeah.
And I hardly go on there. But I was curious what they were going to say about the skulls, and I was amazed. I honestly screenshotted all that because I'm like, this is all the proof I ever need to show that these people are not sincere.
You want to pull some up?
There's a
Before we talk about our evidence.
I mean, you can say something about the people in a thread. You can say something about each commenter based on their comments, right? You can definitely can you find some unhinged commenters on Reddit? Oh, hell yeah. Probably on every subreddit. But what you're trying to do is universalize it to the ops. And I'm sorry, that just doesn't work. That just doesn't work. Look, is it cringe when somebody's subreddit, features a comment or a post that is unhinged and it gets a lot of upvotes? Yeah, you can say something about that, but it's sort of limited. And what these people are doing is they're literally taking everybody and anybody, every humegalol from the subreddit, and they're like, yeah, this is what the people that don't like Ethan are like. This is on them. It's all of them. All of them feel this way. This way that this one commenter feels. We see it actually maybe has no upvotes, one upvote, or like negative upvotes. And we're just going to attribute it to, all of our enemies. So we don't have to actually pay attention to any, Ethan keeps on talking about holding Hassan accountable. You have flipped things. You have flipped the script, sir. This is about your accountability, which you still haven't taken.
There's a crazy conspiracy that a lot of people are just showing themselves. They think that you got them yourself, and then they think that you shipped them back so that you could get your money back. And then they were posting screenshots saying, look, the exact skull has been relisted on the website.
Why does their
So here's the thing. If there are facts that look weird, right? If there are receipts that look weird, somebody posting them is not like, you have a crazy conspiracy theory. Somebody posting those receipts are like, this looks weird. That's all it is. That's a receipt. That's neutral. Like, the fact that the skull came back, yeah, it looked weird to people. Okay, great. People don't, like I said, we don't know what we don't know.
Theory have to include me getting a refund?
I don't know.
Oh, okay, so it's because
You're greedy, bro.
Yeah, what the fuck?
It's because they tracked the serial number. Honestly, I think these people could solve cancer if they really put their mind to something.
Not really. They'd probably just end up blaming it on some Jewish guy.
True.
They think that
See, now you're making me think with that denial, you're making me think you did cause cancer, Ethan. Like, I don't know. I would have never thought that, but now, like when you lay this thing in with a bunch of other lies, it's like, I don't know, dude, did Ethan cause cancer?
exact same one was taken down because you saw that.
Wasn't there oh my god, what's that show with the coffin flop? I Think You Should Leave, I think is the name of the show. Is that what it's on? Where, or was it Whitest Kids You Know, where one of them is like, hey, I'd just like to say sorry about all that cancer. I caused it. It's my fault. Yeah, we found out it was Joe that caused the cancer, and he's really sorry. He's promised not to do it again, and we're just really sorry to anybody who was affected by cancer.
That they had found you out, so then you called the company and had them take it down again.
I love how they're complicit now.
It's just like,
so wait,
They're complicit.
so
They're complicit.
what
They're
about the
complicit.
serial number?
They're
So
complicit. You know who's complicit? Is the guy echoing propaganda talking points that are being used to dehumanize the Palestinian people, that is enabling a genocide. That's who's fucking complicit, Ethan. I don't know what the fuck you meant by, I guess they're complicit now. I guess they're, oh my god. Oh my god, what? Somebody that doesn't believe your story about harassment that conveniently comes out when you get a content cop on you? That's complicity? That's complicity? They're what? What are they complicit to? Did they now co-signed the skulls being set out? Did they call CPS along with whoever actually called CPS? What the fuck is this complicity? I don't understand. Does he know what that word means? Is this just an issue of Ethan's like limited vocabulary, like a English major having a very just not knowing what a lot of fairly simple words mean? What's going on here?
It's back on the website.
Oh, the skull is back on the website.
Yeah, so they think you.
So that's weird. So that's weird. That's weird. And no, does it mean that Ethan himself ordered the skull? No, it doesn't mean that. It doesn't mean that. But it's yeah.
That's why they think you returned.
It's got people talking.
Right. We'll explain everything.
Yeah.
If they can't admit that this is literally like one of the scariest things ever, then
Olivia, you ever happen to see this? Yes, getting sent a skull is scary as fuck. All right? It's not hard to admit, but I don't know, if you're meaning that implication of that is that everybody who disagrees with Ethan is like a horrible bad person, but that is kind of Ethan's implication, and I feel bad about you being roped into that, except for when we're talking about complicity. At this point, I don't know what to say that your role in this continuous crash out is, other than complicity, right? When a government agency is doing something wrong, like let's say the Department of Justice, and lawyers within the Department of Justice are asked to go testify that the charges against Mayor Eric Adams should be dropped. So what's the right thing for them to do? You got to write your resignation letter. And oh my God, Olivia, yours is overdue. So as much as you seem like such a nice person, such a genuine person, such an awesome person, as like I can't really cut you that like slack. I understand how hard it is to get an actual job in this business, and I understand that having a job gives you access to stuff you wouldn't have otherwise, that are that most content creators don't get, like benefits and stuff. But I don't know what to say at this point. But no, I am not claiming, and I don't think anybody out there is claiming that sending somebody a skull is a funny joke.
I don't know.
Well, and it's part of the reason why you guys noticed that we have an armed guard suddenly out of nowhere. It was basically during the beginning of March where snarkers were talking about organizing to harass us outside of our office, since they were sharing the front of our office address. And it made a lot of people uncomfortable for obvious reasons. So we got the armed guard. And then it was, a few days later that the
CPS stuff
happened. And then a few days after that, all in the beginning.
I gotta say, the way that Ethan self-victimizes, it's reminding me of some of the shitty content creators Ethan has actually taken down. There's one in particular that comes to mind here, as far as somebody whose excuse for whose dodge of accountability try to bring up I guess you're with the people that did bad stuff to me, right?
Beginning of March where the skulls arrived.
Yeah, that was.
And once again, I'd like to remind everyone that of the Snark subreddit, Bad Empanada is a moderator. They love him so much that they made him an honorary moderator. And once again,
they made him an honorary moderator to piss you off, and I guess mission accomplished.
Remind everybody that Reddit has no problem with this community that exists solely to do the most insane, unhinged, unacceptable.
So Ethan's problem with Reddit is similar to his problem with iDubbbz. He thinks that they should take his side in a gross, fucked up internet conflict, right? Reddit should take your side. When you've been using your own community, when you've been using your own subreddit, like it was the farms, like it was a doxing site, like it was a harassment site, when you're encouraging the worst behavior from some of your most unhinged, Ethan, fans. No, Reddit should take a side. and say Ethan's harassment is not a problem, but the snarkers have got to go. Snarkers have got, I don't know. I think what it is, chat, is he's used to being able to Bigfoot people by being a large YouTube creator, which he used to be. Now it's slipping away in the same way that Tipster, you know that Tipster, we talk about Tipster, we laugh at Tipster. Tipster's kind of a clown and the subject of a lot of, derision, in many cases, rightly so, for what he's done and what he's defended. But Tipster is has over 100,000 subs on YouTube, right? Tipster's not a small content creator. Now, when it comes to like how many people are watching Tipster still, how many views does Tipster pull in these days? It's a lot less. But Ethan is got the same dynamic going. Where he's got 2.7 subs on one channel. He's got like 7 million something subs on another channel. And he's got a fraction of that in views. Right? He's the audience that he has alienated to a large extent.
Harassment campaigns you can possibly imagine. It's actually pathetic. It's just disgusting. The one good thing out of this is I'm glad to see people are finally understanding what a psycho Bad Empanada is. And I think that all these people, Hassan, chief among them, has been promoting him like hardcore. And I think these guys are showing their ass like big time. Like Hassan has watched every single one of his videos in great detail. And a year before, he was talking about how he's a psychopath and he would never watch his videos on stream. So I think that Bad Empanada is going to be...
I believe that what Hassan said about Bad Empanada is that he makes good, well-researched history videos, right? He is somewhat of a expert, as YouTube creators go, when it comes to certain subjects. But that, that Bad Empanada is, if you go to his, so you got Bad Empanada, the channel on YouTube, just Bad Empanada, right? That's the channel that mostly has history videos. And then there's Bad Empanada Live. That's his channel where he streams. And it's going to be, he's leaning into the drama on that one. And then you got Bad Empanada on Twitter, which is where what Hassan is saying is unhinged, right? And, people in this community have been a victim of Bad Empanada's like unhinged attacks, even on issues that he later changed his mind on and never, ended up apologizing for when Zara was trying to point something out to Bad Empanada. His reaction was to call her a moron. So yeah, he's kind of an asshole. He's an asshole with decent takes on history. He's an asshole that has a lot of hatred for Hassan that Hassan didn't want to really deal with. But then made definitive videos refuting, catching Ethan in a lot of lies and in a lot of ignorance, and pointed out what a useless analysis of current events or history Ethan was actually giving people. And that's entertaining, and Hassan watches the videos, but with the caveat, and even while this is going on, chat, like Bad Empanada has put out a couple of anti-Hassan videos. So it's the fact that Hassan is watching a guy, in spite of the fact that the guy, criticizes Hassan a lot in ways that he thinks is bad faith. I don't think that's a negative. I think that's a positive.
Become a bigger issue, and in fact, I'm planning on making it a bigger issue myself. One thing
you're gonna make Bad Empanada a bigger content creator, Ethan, is what you're gonna do. What have you done so far? Oh, he gets into it, chat, and you'll be amazed at what he thinks has blown Bad Empanada up versus what has actually blown Bad Empanada up.
I do want to say, well, here, let me follow up. So the theory, this is from the Snark subreddit. Mm-hmm. Let's take a look here and see what the brilliant minds are up to. Theory: Skullgate is meant to be a prop gag. Since viewing for a while, I'm 90% certain the two skulls were meant to be used as a prop. What? Since you've been viewing for a while, you're 90% certain of that? Just 'cause, okay, all right. But later repurposed to derail Ian's content cup. Oh my God. The H3 PR team is working overtime to rebrand and reposition themselves. It's the perfect motive for such a stunt. Only Ethan Klein could justify spending $3,000 on Skull. Frankly, that's true. They got me on that. I would definitely, I wouldn't have a problem spending that much money on a Skull, although not for this purpose. If I thought it was funny, I would. Not any snarker or outside entity, especially in this economy.
What?
Well, they might be right, but there's a detail that people aren't aware of yet that will debunk that aspect of it.
In the end, hopefully these weren't sent in malice and with ill intention. Okay, well, you leave there's 10% that this snarker has held.
They did give 10% chance, and they did say, if that's the case, that they hope it wasn't malicious. So they left a little bit of empathy in there.
Well, then
Everybody's
let's
10%.
keep an eye on this user, because I'm sure they'll be issuing an apology and retraction.
I have a counter to their theory. If it was meant to be a prop skull, we probably order a prop skull for like $10.
Yeah, that would probably be a better call
Just
than the
saying.
one.
Well, especially since I blurred it. Like I showed the pictures on Instagram Live because I wanted to show the whole thing, but I was really afraid that it wasn't worth it to
get the video age restricted.
But I guess there is some kind of people, I don't know, obviously uncomfortable with seeing a human skull.
And I don't know if you mentioned this already, but initially when we were recording it, it was for the FBI in case they needed, anything else. We were having.
Yeah, it was for evidence. I actually wasn't even going to talk about the skull thing. I was completely
Yeah, we immediately
Moving on.
we didn't want to encourage more people to send stuff, so we
my thing was,
decided to stay mum about it. But it's been a little bit now, and I don't know.
Well, you asked
the real irony about all of this is this whole skull thing. It's new information and it's shocking, and so I understand why everybody's talking about it. The CPS stuff is worse.
way worse.
It's way worse.
Well,
this is like a
Yeah. So, what Dan says is right. If this kind of stuff, right? Especially chat. If there's somebody out there that is thinks it's hilarious that they sent a right and then Ethan saying exactly what they want to see is that this shows up in content. Right, Ethan is oh, we got to send a skull. Oh my God, right? That person would be laughing, right? That person would they'd be encouraged. They would be encouraged to try more. Not mention is the right thing to do. Now, the fact that they mention it now, it's just hey, what have I got in my quiver? What have I got in my ammo bag? Right? What have I got? You're just looking for ammo now. Okay, so what can we associate what iDubbbz with that's gonna look negative? Oh, I know. We'll bring out the it was iDubbbz. Disingenuous. Fucking disingenuous.
fucked up troll and could argue.
And again, this is part of what makes content creation hell at times. Right? The fact that people get very real harassment just by being a public figure, just by being at the center of some controversy, some beef or something like that, right? People get fucked with in the most horrendous ways possible. I would even say getting sent a skull is probably not even the worst of it, right? But it's bad, obviously. Got sent human remains. That's up. There's a tendency when somebody gets harassment and they mention it, especially if your identity is marginalized anyway, you're a woman, gay, are not white, are an immigrant, any kind of marginalized identity, right? You getting victimized is immediately cause for suspicion, and the suspicion will always lead to accusation of being Jussie Smollett. You did this to yourself. to look like a victim to avoid accountability, or to, you know, like, right, to win an internet argument. And for that reason, that's another reason that people don't talk about the harassment that they get, because half of the time, like, I can't count on my hands the number of times that the Destiny community, for instance, has turned someone getting harassed, sometimes by them, into a accusation of self-harassment, to an accusation of somebody being Jussie Smollett. So I mean, like, I don't know, like, him weaponizing this in this case against somebody that's got objectively nothing to do with the freaking skull, right? The skull happened like a month before iDubbbz, and you're bringing it out. You're bringing it out to associate iDubbbz with that kind of harassment. What the fuck is that?
Like, it's bad. I'm not trying to say it's not bad. It has like direct consequences on your children. This is like a threat.
CPS caused me a lot more trouble, for sure.
I don't think anyone deserves that level of cruelty or hate.
Surely he's talking about me, right?
Yeah.
He needs a good fucking ass whooping is what he needs.
Okay, hold on. Pick a lane, Ian.
There's quite a few people in the chat that are confused because they, I assume, haven't seen your video yet and are like, wait, I'm sorry, is this for real?
Why
Yes.
the fuck?
Unfortunately, it's real.
Showing people my video.
Go after today's episode, go watch Ethan's video. It's very short. It's only about 13.
If Joel.x is watching this, Joel made a really awesome bingo card for when you watch Ethan Klein. One of the things that you should include on the next version of that is this kind of thing, right?
Your video yet? And are like, wait, I'm sorry, is this?
Ethan complains that YouTube's not showing his video to people. There's a reason, Ethan.
It's for real.
Why
Yes.
the fuck?
Unfortunately, it's real.
Showing people my video.
It's Kids in the Hall.
Go after today's episode, go watch Ethan's video. It's very short. It's only
so
about 13 minutes
annoying.
long.
It doesn't make sense, dude. YouTube is such a stupid platform, the way that their videos get served. Yeah, go to H.
That is cope. That is cope. Look, iDubbbz destroyed your content nuke. All right, on a channel that's even like more, you know, cobwebby than H3 Productions. iDubbbz got, you know, let's see. Actually, I haven't been keeping up with this. What is the content cop at? When I last checked, it was closing in on 6 million, about twice Ethan's numbers. iDubbbz. $6.1 million. Yeah, so twice as big as your attempt to chase clout off of Hassan Piker. And you're mad, and you can't take, like, why didn't they show my skull video? Oh, I thought it was a really good video. Maybe because it's a shit video. Maybe because that Ethan Klein channel, you don't really update regularly. There's a lot of, why don't my videos get views? Maybe your thumbnail sucked. Maybe the title wasn't good. I don't know. These are, people didn't watch as long, right? That's literally the reason, right? If you don't get views on a video, or it could be, wait a minute. I don't think he would have been punished for the skull, though. Right? I don't think it would have been the skull. The iDubbbz is on the video. The title is my response to iDubbbz content cop. I'm sorry. Okay, so it's not the it's I was gonna maybe give him a break and say that, like, well, you know, if you put skull in the title, I don't know, maybe just YouTube, like, not like, you know, words like human skull to be used in a title of a video, maybe. But that's not the case with this video, right? It just says my response to iDubbbz content cop, or I'm sorry, depending on the version of the title. But yeah, I mean, this is literally like, look, it's such cope. It's such cope. It's an algorithm that tries to estimate what videos will be most successful for YouTube. YouTube wants people to stay on the platform for as long as possible. If your video facilitates that, in other words, if your video is likely to get clicked on because of the title and thumbnail, and then it's likely to get watched for a long time because of watch time, then YouTube will promote your video. You will see it pop up more places. Like, right? YouTube promotes and pushes content that is successful. And your video, I'm sorry, not successful.
HP Productions, I posted a 16-minute video there about the whole ordeal. It's getting rave reviews, by the way. People are saying this is the video that buried iDubbbz.
I haven't seen anybody say that.
There's
Literally no one has said that, Ethan.
saying iDubbbz will never recover from this epic response video.
Where'd you see that?
You haven't read that?
So
Not
Thank you,
exactly
Avi.
that.
Let's move on
Wake up, Ethan. Wake up.
quickly.
I was thinking about the creator clash because I know it's going to be awkward as fuck for me, and everyone's going to just be waiting to snap a photo of me next to the wrong person or something, just to get some tea out of it. I'm like, it's going to be hell for me. But I had a plan last night. I want to run by you guys. Initially, I was thinking I'll go in a costume,
Okay.
like the Invisible Man or something. But everyone would know that's me. But
Because you said it.
Because
Well, and you're about to say what your new plan is.
No, but
should you be saying this?
yes, because
Okay.
I need help from a few people.
Okay.
The last few creator clashes, the Charlie guys were there. The 5 Charlies, the prop Charlie.
Yeah.
What are they called? The
fake Charlies.
The fake Charlies,
I guess.
yeah.
I don't know.
Maybe I could join them and be a fake Charlie.
Oh.
So there's.
Are they going to
blend
be
in with
back
them.
there? I don't think, dude. I think there's no one going to be there. Fake Charlies aren't going to be there. Nobody's going to be there.
It's just me. It's just me and the
you
Charlies.
as Charlie. Hold on.
Oh, that's even funnier. Just
Do you? Because last time Charlie was announcing, I don't think anybody's getting involved in this one. I haven't heard him talk about it.
well,
I mean,
he was
it's
he
2
was
months
announcing
out.
he was announcing the first one, but the second one I met the Charlies. So
I
yeah.
know Ethan hates me now.
That's not true. Actually, I'm very grateful that he spoke up on behalf of the Jewish people.
Which is why we troll him by playing all these sound bites
I have
all
no
the time.
choice. I have no choice.
All right, so if you don't know what he's talking about, I think it's
YouTubers.
this.
This is yet another gorilla-sized dick YouTube has shoved up its user base's ass. A dick so big it would be the top upvoted post of all time on r/chonkers, and people won't even comment how cute it is. They would just be confused. Yeah, that's all I have for today, guys. See ya.
So yeah, there's fake Charlies, fake Moist Criticals. Guess they were at the creator clash last time. It didn't do that well. It lost money. It didn't maybe get the views that iDubbbz was hoping for. I think the first one did pretty well. The second one not so well, and people aren't predicting a lot for the third one because okay, so this is.
Good luck out there, Charlie.
So the idea being that like Charlie keeps a bunch of clones in the closet and that they send out a different Moist Critical every time.
View. Brendan Fraser finally announced that he's going to become a YouTuber. This is the most exciting thing I've heard since they announced the sequel to.
Anyway, just to give you an idea what talking about there, those are the fake Charlies.
But I always say he's an ally and how much I appreciate him.
Ethan, look at the screen. He's trying to get you.
Gabe, it's so nice to see a friendly face. How are you, buddy?
What's up?
What's up? Well, even though it's Monday, I want to still.
I think we can probably skip the White Claw Gabe segment. There's no objections. So ordered.
Today, so thank you
You guys
to
are
More
the best.
details about the skull situation.
all of you.
Go hard at Becky, baby.
Here's another one. Well, you showed my story. Oh, the skull from Party City. They're saying.
Yeah.
Okay. Party City is actually closed, so checkmate.
Ooh, fucking checkmate.
They're
I
out of
think that
business.
one was from Bad Empanada.
Wait, this one's from Bad. Wait, what?
I believe so. I believe he posted that one.
Oh, this is his post.
Let me make sure.
You know, now obviously this is a huge guess. It's just based on a feeling and knowing what this guy's MO is. But I have suspected from the beginning, once again, with no direct evidence, this is just my opinion, that Bad Empanada is the one that sent the skulls.
Well, isn't it nice when you can have that you can spread the guilt around, right? Bad Empanada, I think, did it. Also, it was a snarker. Also, it was Denims's chat. Also, it was Mike from PA. But ultimately, the responsibility for the skull being sent my way, it rests on Hassan, and Hassan needs to take accountability.
And again, this is the level of harassment that this guy stoops to. I'm in a support group with like 10 other people where I got...
Wow, chat, there's a Bad Empanada support group. Did you know this? Does anybody know this? There's a Bad Empanada support group, chat. Has Hassan watched the Bad Empanada video? I don't know what Hassan has watched yet. It'd be worth checking and seeing what Hassan Industrial Complex videos are out right now. Bad Empanada is like a crazy wizard on a mountain. He's really, really smart, and he knows a whole lot, but he's a total dick. Yeah, I feel like even Bad Empanada would admit this. He's a total dick to all the lesser mortals who dare tread on his mountain. That's true. Don't tread on his mountain. I learned that the hard way. So out of respect, he only reacts now to creators he either knows or who don't have a problem with their videos being reacted to. Yeah. Oh my gosh. I just lost your... I lost your chat, Manic Mermaid. I'm sorry. Assholes can know things. That's true. Assholes sometimes know a lot of things. Sometimes people who know things are assholes. And that's okay. Trying to catch up with the chat here. Ethan's still centering the interpersonal drama over the genocide that caused this to come to the fore in the first place. Is more of Ethan being a denialist / minimizer. Also wonder if he did that to kind of balance it out, to remind people I don't love this guy. Oh, if Bad Empanada did that to... Yeah, I don't know. Watched for 5 minutes, and Ethan is already giving me a migraine. Well, we're going to check into some Bad Empanada. Well... Literally just a skull. Such a lie, wasting the FBI's time. Lovely. Trying to catch up here. Ethan was always going to talk about this. Yeah. Well, he was just saving it for, you know, who did he want to weaponize it against? Ethan pulling a Jared Leto, spent bullet casings and used condoms to people. Oh, I forgot Jared Leto did that. God damn. Reacting to the Jussie Smollett thing I brought up. Reminder, CPS showed up, according to Ethan, at 6 a.m. The emergency respondent unit that visited. That does not sound like an anonymous report. The farms are apparently supporting Ethan. So this sounds like the kind of prank they would love. I mean, this is the thing, is that, like, I do feel like Ethan is kind of being farmed by the commentary community, right? They can't really get behind Ethan because he's so cringe. And backing a cringe lord like this is, you know, makes you cringe by extension. But they love it when he goes after Hassan. They love it when he goes after Frogan. It was 6 million earlier today. Yeah, it's at 6.1 is the last I saw. Came from Goka's video. I was interested in Kirk. Oh, does Goka talk about Kirk Honda and his latest? That's on the list, chat. So if you're interested in seeing the Gokanaru video, seeing me react to Gokanaru reacting to the content cop, you still have time to vote on the poll in YouTube. 119 of you have so far. 45% of you are pulling for Ethan talking to Sam Cedar. He'll talk about the fact that he wants to talk to Sam Cedar now. Second place is actually Gokunaru. So, yeah, if you want to help that win, you still have time to vote. You can also, when you donate, you can let me know in the comments which of these topics you want your dono going towards, and I will put your money where your mouth is, turning your donation into a bonus, into a percentage to add to the score of the poll at the end of the stream. So you can still do that, whether it's through a super chat, super sticker. If you're getting yourself a membership, if you're gifting memberships, you're supporting me on Throne, or you're signing up for my Patreon, or you're supporting me over on Twitch. Any of those things will become bonus for the topic of your choice, should you so choose.
Got the Discord messages from, who have all been the target of like relentless, horrific harassment. This is the kind of guy who, like, he has.
Chat, who do you think he's in there with, right? Who do you think the victims of Bad Empanada are? Definitely Loner Box, right? Who would he be in there with, chat? I mean, like, honestly, Bosch fits that bill. Keffels fits that bill. Some of the enemies, some of the previous people that Ethan gone off on and buried are also enemies of Bad Empanada. Harris could be in there. I'm trying to think of who all are the Pac-Man. I mean, Bad Empanada's even gone after like Matt Bender and Sam Cedar. I don't know who could be in there. But there's a support group. There's a support Discord for victims of Bad Empanada. Who knew?
But I have suspected from the beginning, once again with no direct evidence, this is just my opinion, that Bad Empanada is the one that sent the skulls. And again, this is the level of harassment that this guy stoops.
He sent them all the way from Argentina.
Still, I'm in a support group with like 10 other people where I got the Discord messages from, who have all been the target of like relentless, horrific harassment. This is the kind of guy who, like, he has a Patreon Discord that and basically
But you have a Discord doing fucking ops on Bad Empanada. Like, I'm sorry, you can't say he has a Patreon Discord and people send him links, like, right? Or I guess is the implication here that he brigades from that?
small, medium size of psychopaths that are all in on the harassment campaign, where he'll drop a YouTube link, a Twitter link, a Reddit link, whatever, to go AstroTurf. And
has he got folders? Oh, that's when you really know that somebody's up to no good. When it's in folders, chat.
Whatever, just humiliate, harass, attack, etc., etc. That's what the receipts are from his Discord. But these people he's the type of dude who will exercise such horrific.
You don't want to know what was in those folders, chat. There was URLs of YouTube videos that other content creators had put up. And there were timestamps. There were timestamps from those videos of embarrassing moments in those videos that other content creators had made. How dare he? How dare he invade the privacy of other public figures by collecting their video URLs and timestamps?
Harassment campaigns that it actually just gets people to stop talking about him. He's very successful at doing that. Now, obviously, at this point, I think it's pretty clear to him and anyone else that that's not going to happen with me. And the more that they talk, I feel like the easier it gets for me.
Let the conversation begin.
This specific post actually is from Baddie Empanada, so I'm not sure if it's actually
okay. Well, I know he's a mod. Well, look, he's on the mod list.
It doesn't. Yeah.
Well, if you look on the mod list, you can see what it's his user.
Yeah. 1 sec. Let me check.
Not that it matters. It doesn't really matter.
Honestly, this one's a little too tame. Anyways.
But anyway, my theory on the skull incident. This is my theory, and I think it makes sense. Ethan is the main culprit here. I believe he ordered the skulls from the website, and when they arrived at his house, he took them into the studio. The fact he stated he thought the packages were something Dan had ordered because of the size. To me, seems like that was his excuse to bring the skulls into the studio and have the crew open them. The thing is, like, I could have, if I was lying.
Well, hold on. At least they're leaving. It's just a conspiracy about you. I appreciate that they're giving us a pass.
He needed them to witness this atrocious act and feel sympathy for him. I think he wanted the crew to open them because he wants them on his side to quell the mutiny. Anyone suggesting the crew is in on it? I think you're wrong. Well, that's nice. Despite the crew's many issues, and then I guess they...
I gotta say, part of this conspiracy theory is not that wild, right? The fact that Ethan manipulates people to try to get them on his side, the fact that Ethan tries to present people that have a criticism of Ethan as you know, going after the crew as well, tries to blow that up. Right, he's essentially what he does, and did Dr. Honda talk about this? Like the sort of in-group, out-group dynamics. He tries to make an in-group, right? The fans, the Poopa Troopas, and anybody on the outside of that in-group is automatically distrusted. So that way he doesn't have to be accountable for anything that his critics pull out, because... But yeah, one of the ways that you do this, like, you know how Trump always says, they're not after me, they're after you. They're not really coming after me. They're coming after you, and I'm just in their way, right? Same kind of shit. It's the same kind of shit.
They go on to
list those.
Actually shit on you guys.
So they think you tried to horrify us?
To sell the story. Little do they know I killed the man to get that skull.
That'd be crazy if you did that, dude. What the fuck?
This is real. This is his user.
Well, let's talk about what actually did happen, right?
Well, so yeah. So, but just to respond to this, like, if I was lying about it, I could just say anything I want. I mean, I just say, if I was lying, I'd just say like, I got it to my house. I opened it. Was horrified. That's it. Like, what more information do you need than that? You know,
it's because you were tricking us too, like that person said.
Well, anyway, we have like insane ample.
Okay, so now they're starting to get into something that we might need to pull up Bad Empanada for to kind of cross-reference this. Like the whole order of events of like where the skull was sent to and who opened it and all that stuff. I feel like we can't take Ethan's word for it. He will try to mislead us. He will try to gaslight us. It's been my experience. Great how he always pairs an awful thing with an accusation of someone. CPS was called. Yeah, the kids were not in trouble. Yeah. And again, like there would have been no CPS call if Ethan didn't tell a fucked up story, and you know, based on his denial of being a negligent parent. If I'm to take him at his word on that, I gotta say that he lied about the Giardia story. I gotta say that he used his kids to make content in a way that implied that they were in danger, right? So again, who gets blamed for CPS being called? Ethan. Ethan. Who did that? Ethan. Even if it was somebody else who called it in, like when you tell a story that implies that you are being negligent to your children and that they are in danger because of that, there's no one to blame but Ethan here. Next meta is every creator that shows up in on CC Creator Clash 3 is now Ethan's enemy. Yeah, that's probably true. I wouldn't doubt it. So fucking rude, like, hello, your friend is feeling self-conscious about an upcoming gig. What the fuck? I need to that somehow.
Documentation of this entire thing. So,
well, I think to me, the critical piece of information that is leading to a lot of this speculation is people have seen that these things cost quite a bit of money. And yeah, I mean, the receipt is actually in here. Let's see, the total was $2,463.88. Also, the shipping was expensive, bro. $339.
That's what I mean. That's why I thought it was computer equipment, because it was a big ass package. It was like a huge box, and Dan always shipping.
Everything's computer.
We're always shipping stuff to the office or to my house. Sometimes it arrives and I bring it in. It's completely common.
So here's the thing: the way this person was able to do this and get away with it, at least so far, is this shit was sent on a PO, which. If you don't know what that means, basically it was this company, as far as I can tell, mostly their clients are museums and schools and like science departments and that kind of stuff, right? And so they have established accounts with people that essentially is like on credit. Like
that's what is wild to me, right? Like that I know that schools, procure educational institutions procure things like skulls, right? But the idea that they would be getting it from Skulls Unlimited, that there's so much branding and marketing, right? In the name of the company.
They pay later.
Something about Skulls, something about the name Skulls Unlimited just belies, like, I don't know. It's a little too unserious, a little too fun. It makes it sound like a party thing, like Skulls Unlimited. Get your Halloween skulls this Halloween. At Skulls Unlimited, order them early. Supplies are limited. If you want to have a real human skull to give kids candy in for this Halloween, call 1-800-SKULL. I don't know. Just like it's a little too like
net 30 or something like that. So somebody went through the process of setting up one of these accounts, and they shipped the shit without receiving a single penny from.
I'm sorry. But if that's true, somebody went to the trouble of setting up one of these accounts, okay? Then you can find a culprit, all right? And if you don't find a culprit, it's gonna look sus. Now, I'm not saying that Ethan Jussie Smolletted himself on the skulls thing. I don't have any, information that would, lead me to that conclusion. But I gotta say, if the circumstances are what you describe, then this should be a solvable crime. And honestly, the fact that there isn't some kind of, there aren't charges against somebody yet, is super weird to me.
From anybody, which if you think that sounds fucking crazy, I agree. And I forcefully let the company know that I thought that was pretty crazy.
It's unacceptable.
I thought it was Dan called them in the office, and the phone call was hilarious. Dan's reaction.
Well, I have it in writing too. I had a back and forth with, I don't want somebody who's higher up at the company. They were obviously extremely apologetic, and have said that they've made corrections to how they do business, which is good. But just here, I'll just read a selection from my email exchange with them. I'm still not sure how I understand how this could have happened without the exchange of any money. Is it really your company's policy to ship something like this to someone without any verifiable payment information? If so, I hope this incident has shown the potential for abuse by bad actors and you make adjustments to prevent this from happening to others in the future. And they said, regarding your concerns, you're absolutely right to ask. We do have policies in place that ensure all purchase orders are from verified accredited facilities. We normally only fulfill them after confirming customer records and account history. In this case, it was an odd mix of factors, a simple oversight by a single employee, and a shipping automation rule that prioritized the order due to selected overnight AM delivery method, allowing it to skip some of our normal checks and balances, including the verified purchase order check.
Sir,
We've since corrected this video and adjusted our
skulls.
rules set to make sure this can't happen again.
Losing money costs.
So my initial reaction when I heard that was like, so someone called into this. I think I've been seeing what people have been saying. I haven't looked into like the skull market in America. I think that this is the only place in America that actually sells human skulls or human bones even.
I mean, I don't know. Haven't done a lot of research on that.
Yeah.
Yeah, the shit
So
they
a
sell
lot
on
of
their
people
website.
already identified the company. And honestly, fuck them. They should get shit for this. Like, what is wrong with you?
I mean, they were very apologetic.
Yeah, I'm sure they
and it
were.
sounds like it was a mistake.
It's a little, I mean,
but
it's
crazy as fuck to ship somebody human remains.
Also, like not to mention like the desecration of these people.
Yeah.
Hey,
That's why I didn't want to like even. I was just all of
they're
it.
real
just
human
horrible
skulls,
vibes.
man. These are not like fucking toys to ship out on like 30 days.
What is this? called Ethan out as a clout chasing goblin. Are you talking about Head? How can talk about assholes without talking? Oh my god. Oh my god. 1,000 plateaus in the chat.
Day net skulls overnight.
Yeah. Also, if someone put a rush order on human remains,
What's
wouldn't
the
that?
hurry?
Yeah, like wouldn't that?
True.
That would kind of require.
Why is that even an
into.
option, man?
Yeah, I'd be pissed if my head was returned too.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah, they didn't even want it.
Yeah,
Actually, we did want it. So that's the other thing is, well, so when I heard that, my first thought was like, this is too fucking weird. Someone needs to ask that one employee, like, what the fuck?
Right. Well, hopefully
Because
the FBI
I don't know
does.
who that one employee is, but like, there's a lot riding on.
Okay, so I asked earlier who do we think is in the support group, the Bad Empanada support group. Charlie Kelly hypothesizes Kraut, Demon Mama. I don't remember. Oh wait, no, he did make a video on Demon Mama. That's right. I forgot about that. Is this support Discord his replacement for therapy? I mean, it's probably better than ChatGPT as a therapist. I don't know though. Maybe not. Maybe worse actually. Maybe ChatGPT would be. Don't use ChatGPT or a Discord server as a for your therapy. Probably a bad idea. About all the far right people that were trying to go after him in Argentina. That's the other thing is I'm wondering. Yeah, there were some far right people that feel themselves to have been victimized. My favorite comment about Skullgate was like, how horrific to send a skull to someone who clearly needs a brain? Damn. I bet BE runs that support group. You think BE's like running that under an alt? He's unhinged enough to do something like that. BE is controlling you. BE also released all the Discord logs after Ethan threatened to release them. Yeah, that was like, God, there's been so many threats like of Ethan's gonna like drop the bomb on, you know, the subreddit. Ethan's gonna drop the bomb on Bad Empanada, and he just like lets it go. Got his own echo chamber. Exactly what he needs to heal. Yeah, definitely. Support. Oh, Dan Saltman, Epstein, Nick Fiorio, etc. I don't know. Have Bad Empanada and Nick ever interacted? I've never seen that. It has to be the people from Argentina, because BE mentioned that they had a Discord. Oh my god! Oh my god! Are they hate watching him in the Discord chat? That brings back memories for me. Watched her for a few days. Difference is the leftists know who BE is and ignore his gatekeeping and insanity. It is the Ethans and the loner boxes of the world who take the drama seriously. Well, they think they can use Bad Empanada, right? They could sell him as a deranged hater to farm drama from. I imagine the stream of H3 where Destiny, Denial Box, Kraut are all guests. Yeah, he gets the whole support group together. Can these guys actually just fist fight? I think Ethan would be way calmer if he did some martial arts training. Huh, not a bad idea. Oh, he's not sniffing. I didn't notice that. Yeah, you're right. There's less sniffs this time. Maybe it was an allergy. Bad Empanada's account was banned ages ago. That's not his account. What, his Reddit account? Or his, Reddit, Twitter account? Cutting off AB, chat is noticing. Try to get back to... He's an abusive dude, so yeah, him manipulating his crew is not hard to imagine. I know, right? Like he's like, imagine if I did that. It's like, well, I mean, sounds about right. Dr. Honda basically described Ethan being very reactive, unwilling to self-reflect. There was a Medium article. I mean, that's the thing about a therapist in general, right? Is that, like, you know, like they're generally, I mean, a good therapist will push you to hold yourself accountable. A bad therapist will agree with everything that you say, and just reinforce your worst impulses. Who hurt you, Ethan? I know the country of Israel paid for you to lose your virginity. Not Dan pulling his shirt. There was also a claim a person who was sued by Ethan and is now the person who was sued by Ethan, and now it seems absolutely true. God, we've got
on whatever that person did.
You're a weirdo, bro.
Yeah, well, I don't have an enormous amount of faith in law enforcement, so I don't know what's going to happen, but they're supposedly looking into it. So
We
it's out
did
of our hands
report
now.
it all to the FBI.
Yeah, and that's not Dan being a cab. That's not Dan saying, a cab or anything like that, right? That's Dan saying I don't have a lot of. That's Dan not thinking that there's going to be any law enforcement action, as there would be most likely if somebody abused the, Skulls Unlimited in order to send human remains via the mail to somebody who didn't like chat. I feel like that's got to be a crime, right? Look, if what they're saying is real, like somebody, there should be criminal proceedings, I think, at some point, or at the very least, civil proceedings.
Shadow like saying real. No, these are real,
They're real human
actual
skulls.
human skulls.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Yeah, it's
fucked
crazy
up.
as fuck.
Yeah.
So they sent us these skulls that are expensive and no one paid for them. And then we're like, well, I'm keeping them because I want them for evidence in case I ever need to talk about this.
Yeah.
And then they start calling us after a month, like begging.
I feel like somebody in chat mentioned the what is it called? The something 30. Right? So what's the deal about the payment for the skulls? Do they actually send these skulls out with no payment, just on the prospect that they're going to be paid for by educational? They're going to put it on the tab of these educational institutions? Or is the 30 like some kind of thing where you pay 30% up front? Like, in other words, chat, did somebody pay 30% of the cost for these skulls? Because if they did, then there should be records. Like, everything about this is telling me there should be records. Who is sending AB a real human spine loosely strung? It's only 1,500 USD. Damn. That's like the deposit on my apartment right there. Maybe someone who could send Ethan a thicker skin? Like, if they did buy them, why are they playing around with human remains? Yeah, you'd think that they would put it down as soon as they figured out that they were dealing with the real deal. Sharon Middleton thinks Ethan bought that skull. You have to be some sort of millionaire to afford. Yeah, I mean, like, in terms of actually paying for it. Yeah, I mean, this stuff's expensive, so some people are suspecting Ethan, I guess. When a spooky dookie in your neighborhood, who are you gonna call? When you said spooky dookie, I was like, is that a major laser reference there, or is that like is that just a reference to Ethan's poop, like his poop fascination?
Us to return the skull.
Which we found at first, we were just kind of like, are these people fucking serious? And also, we weren't sure if the FBI was going to like ask for it for evidence or whatever. Yeah. But they haven't asked for anything. And eventually, I mean, they were just sitting here at the office, and it's like
weird.
Me personally, I was like, I kind of want to just give it back to them because I don't.
The FBI was no. I'm sorry. I'm trying to understand this. Wait, the skulls were just sitting there in the office, right? But the FBI didn't want your video evidence of the skulls, really? Oh my god!
I don't want this here. Like,
Please make it deal.
Horrible. Like, and just having like we have guests coming in. Like, what if somebody like sees them there and it's like,
here.
hey, why do you have like
Snow maybe knows something. Snow says this is a lie. POs only apply to registered educational institutions. Cannot PO unless you call them and verify your school and have done business with them. Wait, Skulls Unlimited is a respected company? despite their name being a little too festive, I'd say, for what their business is. Yeah, I guess they're respected. They're all using their sketch comedy voices. They're lying. Poltergeist used real skeleton? Oh wait, the movie Poltergeist used real skeletons? What if they ran out of stock? Yeah, what if it was because of Ethan? They have to make more skulls. Oh my god. False advertising, as there are only a finite amount of skulls. Oh yeah, it can't be unlimited, can it? Okay, so he's upset someone ordered a retail item. Well, I mean, like I said before, chat, this is like the thing where if somebody orders pizza and has it sent to your address, that's spooky, because like, how do they have your address? And also now the pizza people are showing up and they're, you know, asking for payment. I don't know what happens then. Do you get like banned from ordering from that pizza place because, you know, you obviously not going to pay for a ridiculous amount of pizzas? But it's worse, right? Because this isn't pizzas, this is skulls. So, you know, if somebody really did call in an order of skulls for him, that's fucked up. That's fucked up. Ethan say skulls because it was from Skulls Unlimited. No limit to skulls. They even have a replica of a Cuban solenodon. Someone accused Bad Empanada, and all he would say is, "I'd do that." Wait, he'd send the skulls. Skulls Unlimited, the world's leading supplier of museum quality skulls and skeletal specimens. Products are everywhere, from your local nature center to the Smithsonian, to a college or university near you. People think that a Redditor sent this and spent nearly $3K. Well, I think what they're saying is that there's a way that if they think you're a school, then they'll send it to you for free and just charge this. I guess that's their claim. All those poor skeletons missing their skulls, right? We had many of their replicas, our comparative specimens cabinets at the museum. You can send someone a bag of gummy dicks. No one paid $350. Yeah, okay, so that's what I'm saying. Was money paid? Was money paid? Because if money was, if we're talking about $350, we're talking about just the shipping being paid, or 30% of the cost being paid, right? That we're starting to get into like, it's a very expensive joke. Who paid for the delivery? Good question. That's a call for the fans to harass the company. He kind of did. Kind of did present the company as a legitimate target of ire. Literally providing a service that doesn't exist anywhere else. All legit sounds like they're sniffing laughter. Maybe it was a fan who actually thought they were sending something neat. Oh yeah, wow. Is that Poopa Troopa? Literally people who have donated, donors, donated their remains to science. That's generally how a skull would come into the possession of Skulls Unlimited, I would guess. So painful hearing people who don't know shit about this stuff talking in late. Oh yeah, just speculating. And trying to connive a narrative in order to own the maximum number of their detractors. Museums loan specimens to other museums. The mail is how they get them. So now that people got evidence, he's backtracking. Yeah, I want to see more of this evidence. Ethan liked it almost like it was possibly a gift from a brand. Wait. A brand collaboration? I don't think that GamerSupps is going to send you a human skull. It's not legal to ship human remains in 4 U.S. states. California is not one of them. ChatGPT would tell Ethan to try CBT, not the one with the balls and the hammers, but the behavioral therapy. I've used it for some similar getting therapy from 4chan. No, oh my god, I feel like there's girls who try that on the /LGBT forums. Also a bad idea. Do not get your therapy from TTT. Convinced he bought them himself? Not to mention him talking about desecration of human remains like he doesn't. Oh my god, yeah.
Human skulls.
What do you mean? Don't you?
It's just so weird. So, anyways, yeah, we shipped them back to him. So it's out of our hands.
I consulted with my attorney and stuff, and he's like, you can ship it back. It's fine.
Yeah.
But I was like, what happens if I don't ship it back? You imagine now I get in the dispute where they're like, you stole our skulls.
Yeah. Go to small claims court for human skulls.
Those are expensive, man.
I want to put them on the shelves behind me. That's a joke.
People would have never guessed that they
they
were
would have
real.
never thought it was
Although
real.
they do look real, but hey.
With all these horror stories, how you donate like your body to science and where they
I
end up.
swear, dude.
It's like this is the story that people talk about. Like some lady got blown up by the military or whatever.
It has to be.
It's like someone donated probably their body for science, and now
That's what I thought
gets
too.
used to this fucking
some
attack
troll.
on some YouTuber.
Used to scare a YouTuber.
Yeah, what's the what do they call it on art provenance? What's the provenance on the skull here?
I mean, this website is so crazy. They sell like fetus skulls, infant
Dude,
skulls.
that's crazy.
They were out of stock, luckily, but I have a sneaking suspicion if they were in stock, they would have been here too.
Yeah. They had discount codes, oddly enough, too.
Yeah.
I was kind of curious if.
Wait, they used a discount code?
No, they didn't, but the website had some, so I was kind of curious. if we could
What's the
find
deal?
out.
What do they offer?
Let me see if I could find it.
10% off with this.
Buy one, get one second. Buy one, get one.
The shipping was not free.
Yeah, so there's no record who placed the order, which is absolutely insane.
Well, it
did it have a name on the order?
yeah, it was your name.
Oh, it was
they
mine.
were pretending to be.
There was no record of who sent them. This is making me this is tingling my spidey senses. Oh my gosh. Megastar with the super chat. Towards the teal butterflies. We are 38 seconds. Oh no, chat. We're not going to get there. We only got 3 super chats so far today. Oh well.
You, and then it had a phone number, but it was, we like reverse looked it up and it was some random name, and we're like, honestly, this is probably just, this person doesn't, I mean, this was all told to the FBI too, but if they went
Thank you for the super chat, Omega Star.
through all this trouble, I doubt they used their real phone number. So.
Nah. Yeah.
Some people put together that we were talking about it previously. We were like hinting at it, but we didn't say it, what we were talking about, because I was nervous because I got a package from my P.O. box, and someone was very adamant about me opening it, and I was afraid. But we didn't say what it was. But yeah, someone found that moment.
Send me that.
Yeah. It's C.
It's C in the, or yeah, C.
Yeah.
I see
Having
you.
a P.O. box isn't fun anymore. It's kind of fucking scary after this
I
shit.
can see you. I can see what you do.
There's nothing
I'm
fun or
sorry.
chill
I'm
about
sorry.
doing this job anymore, and it has not. It's been that way for.
I'm sorry. Look, having a P.O. box might be, and I say might be because I can think of some counter examples, right? It might be okay, it might be safe, it might be fun, as they say, when you are a Twitch streamer with 7 viewers in your chat. You've got a small, tight-knit community, and some people want to send you, you know, something on the P.O. box and have you open it up and unbox it and be like, whoa, thank you so much, this is an awesome sweatshirt, right? That might be fun. Even then, there's no guarantee who's sending you stuff, what kind of stuff that they're sending you. Like, obviously, you know, somebody could send you anything. But, like, it might be safe for a small Twitch stream that it feels more like just a community. That feels more like, you know, 10 people who are, you know, friends, right? But anything larger, you're really putting yourself at risk. And yeah, I guess a P.O. box a little bit safer than giving out your home address, but at the same time, I don't know. And for an operation as large as H3 to run a P.O. box, I don't know how you would do that without getting some fucked up shit sent to you.
For 2 years, which I feel like for the first time in 2 years, people are actually listening to what I'm saying, that this shit is not normal. What's happening? It's fucking mad. It's disgusting. By the way, Hassan is at the center of this, okay? I'm going to talk more about that later.
There we go. Hassan is at the center of this. So see what I'm saying? Just maximum splash damage is what he's looking for, right? It's not that he's looking for, hey, some fucked up individual sent human remains to, you know, where did he say? Did it come to his house? Did it come to his office? I feel like because there's such a mess and they're such unreliable narrators, I don't think that we're getting the story straight here. And I want to know, like, where did the skull get sent originally? But regardless, right? That's a fucked up individual. That's a fucked up thing to do, right? Sending human remains to fucking own somebody. That's fucked up. But it's not just like, hey, there's a fucked up person out there, you know. It's like, this is Hassan's fault. This is Denham's fault. This is Mike from BA's fault. This is Bad Empanada. Maybe Bad Empanada did it. Bad Empanada did it, but also it was the Snark subreddit, but also it was Hassan's community, but it was just everybody. Everybody did it. Group punishment.
But look how many times Hassan has promoted Bad Empanada over the past 2 years. And it's not just him, though. Noah Sampson defers to Bad Empanada as the expert every time. Denham's was the one who was watching him, talking about how my kids are crawling around eating shit. Bad Empanada, he's Australian, but he moved to Argentina because...
Ethan, you're the one who talked about your kids crawling around eating shit. If that was a lie, if that was a joke, it wasn't fucking funny. And you needed to, in some way, indicate, I am not serious. This is not really happening. Do not worry about my kids. Everything is fine. I am not a negligent parent. That is just the story. That's just the it was goofs and gaffs, right? Did nothing to indicate that. That sounded like you were saying that really happened.
He is a prolific harasser, and there's lines of people that want to take legal action against him. In Argentina, apparently their legal system's pretty fucked. So it's impossible, hard or impossible to get to him. But I love this analogy because after World War II, the Nazis all moved to Argentina, Buenos Aires, right?
Yeah. After World War II, the Nazis moved a lot of places. The Nazis were picked up and taken to the United States of America. If they were scientists, they were picked up and taken to the USSR if they were scientists, right? Nazis leaving the area was assisted by major world powers that fought against the Nazis, right? That's you know, a fucked up truth of World War II. Did some Nazis go to Argentina? Yes, some of them went to many different countries, like, right? And we never talk about the Nazis that went to the United States, and we never talk about the Nazis that went. It's always this fascination of Argentina. Like, as if Argentina themselves were like, oh, we love Nazis. Come on in. We would love to have more Nazis in our country. Could we please have more Nazis? Let's get all the Nazis into Argentina because we just... And it's like, that's such a weird, like, insult to an entire country for no reason. It gets oversimplified, right, in history because some Nazis went to Argentina. Now the story is like that's where all the Nazis... Maybe Hitler did not really kill himself. Maybe he fled to Argentina. Maybe he lived to a ripe old age, just depending on what conspiracy theories you're into.
I don't know if it was Buenos Aires specifically, but yes, Argentina.
Yeah.
Kind of following in the footsteps of his great predecessors.
Yeah, definitely suspicious. But yeah, things...
I don't want to hear somebody talking about somebody's predecessors being Nazis when they are literally doing genocide apologia. I don't want to hear that. When they are advancing propaganda talking points that are being used to enact a genocide. Who's walking in the Nazis' footsteps? Ethan, it's you. Straight up. And I will fucking stand on that. I will fucking stand on that. You are on the wrong side of history, just like the people in the United States that supported The Third Reich.
I feel like things has come to a boiling point with these skulls and CPS and shit like that. It's nice to see a lot of people online kind of realizing how fucking insane shit is. Like, I have a story. I went to this thing, like this event in LA with my dad,
you get this,
my girlfriend, and a friend. And then on the night after, I come home to a message on Instagram saying, I saw you here and here.
Oh, I saw that.
I saw you here, and you were wearing Teddy Fresh. It'd be a shame if someone came up and stabbed you in the back while you were Teddy Fresh.
Did it say something about Zionists on it?
I don't remember, but I don't think so.
I saw that, and I was like, dude, what the fuck? I was like, did you say anywhere publicly that you were there? No.
No. So, what's it called? Like, I
had something similar to happen to somebody in my community, right? I mean, this is, look, you know, what happened to love is fucked up. And it's all too common. All too common with any kind of public figure.
I've been largely quiet throughout this whole thing.
Yeah.
And there's people in the office who have it even worse.
The thing is, the thing that's fucked up is that person must have actually seen you in real life.
Yeah.
And been like,
yeah, exactly.
These psychopaths, these people who think that this is activism, that again, like Ian, his video is so stupid. He's all of a sudden this woke guy who's standing up for like Palestinian supporters, right? Because apparently they're infallible. That's the message, that if you support Palestine, then you can't be criticized for anything. And there's a scene.
No, but when you're trying to deplatform people, specifically people that are supporting Palestine, you gotta wonder. And when that comes with Hasbro talking points, you gotta wonder even more.
In it when he's got a Free Palestine scarf on and he's holding a sword with a swastika hilt.
Well, I've been informed repeatedly that it's a Buddhist swastika.
I'm sure it is, Dan. and is Hassan a big fan of Bleach? We establish.
What we established is that 4 months ago he was not. It's possible that he binge watched the fuck out of it in the last couple months. It is possible.
If that's what happened.
You want to know the truth? Not that this matters. Not that this is anything approaching a legitimate, like, holding somebody accountable or whatever, right? Not that there's not a million things wrong with this, but Hassan read the manga, shithead. He doesn't watch Bleach, because to watch something, it has to be an anime. He didn't watch the anime. He read the manga, part of the manga, when it was coming out. And then he stopped. That's why Hassan said, I don't watch Bleach.
It started with the hilt and inspired him to watch it.
Right. I still think it's a poor coincidence, but it also is just like, come on. Did nobody look at this? Did nobody look at this at all?
Do I think any of them actually like wanted to put a swastika in the photo? No, no. I don't actually think that. Do I think that it's insane that they didn't catch that there's a swastika? I mean, somebody at some point must have noticed the hilt of that is a swastika.
Or maybe after they posted it and then everybody pointing it out, maybe you just take it down and post a different photo.
Nope, it's still
I assume
up.
you took quite.
I gotta know, chat. Does Ethan not know what a swastika looks like? Or does he not care? Which one is it? Which one is it? Because I saw that sword hilt and I didn't see a swastika. Is he that ignorant that he can't remember like which way a swastika goes, what general shape it is? Is he just that oblivious? Anything that looks like slightly swirly? Oh, that's like a swastika. Like a, whirlpool in a video game. Hey, why they got this swastika here?
Quite a few.
Is he really this ignorant, or is he just this bad faith?
Still up. Ian, iDubbbz, the heroic savior of Palestine, still has the...
Okay.
Oh, I've been corrected. A Hindu symbol.
I'm so sorry. I gotta say something about this too. I keep on pausing it, chat. I'm so sorry. I'm trying to eat my rice here, but iDubbbz didn't make a video about Israel-Palestine. iDubbbz might have mentioned the issue once in that video. What iDubbbz is talking about is the interpersonal toxicity of one Ethan Klein, who he caught the ire of for the sin of not, talking shit about Ethan's enemies, his perceived enemies, right? That's the whole thing. That's what this video is about. Video wouldn't exist if Ethan hadn't been like, oh, I can't believe iDubbbz and Anissa, they didn't call out this person that used to be their editor a long, long time ago. They didn't jump into the fray on my side when I'm doing Hasbro, when I'm trying to deplatform pro-Palestinian voices in a time when a genocide is going on. They didn't jump to my side right then. Well, fuck them forever. That's what you said, asshole. And you've got a content comp against you, and that content comp has buried your content puke. And it will not get out. You will never receive more views on a video, Ethan, than iDubbbz did on that video. The foremost video about Ethan Klein in this conflict is going to be that video. That's what people are going to remember. What a toxic ass clown you were.
I think maybe Hindu and Buddhist symbol, actually.
Well, the question is...
They're all Nazis to me.
No, they're not.
The question is, I wonder if Hassan will get rid of it. I doubt that. You know.
Omega Star with the... Oh, sorry. I think I already read that one.
Oh, it's just bad form, dude.
No, it's a bleach star. There's nothing wrong with that.
Also, apparently he has multiple different swords, and they just picked that one specifically, which is weird.
Why does
in the picture that they posted, there's a couple other swords in the background that they could have used.
So yeah, Ian refuses to post that, but I just think it's so funny that I think he thinks he's doing activism he like explicitly was like,
based on what, asshole? Show me the clip. There might be one clip that you can find of him even referencing it. What makes you think iDubbbz thinks he's doing activism? He's talking about what a shitty friend you are in a way that's relatable. If you've ever had a friend like this, chat, who gets in fucked up controversies, who gets in fucked up conflicts, you know, where they're just objectively wrong, and then they try to pull you in, and when you don't come in, you're a bad friend. And now they're shitting on you. All right? That's a piece of shit that nobody wants to hang around with. And that's, like, iDubbbz was nice when he said, I will give Ethan a chance to fix his shit, right? Because most of the time, a person like this is never going to fix his shit. He's just like this. This is how he is. This is how he's always going to be. He's a liability to any of his friends. Anybody that's friends with him, you are risking this. If you do not at all times back his, like, worst impulses, then you're going to have problems. You're going to be the target of him, right? And when it's a content creator that sends out his fans to go harass people, that's even worse. That's even worse. So yeah, nobody wants to be anywhere near you. You're toxic. You're a toxic fucking clown.
Frogan, Denims, and Hassan. These are my people. He makes a point of being like, my wife is actually 8% Arab. I don't know if you know that. And she's half Irish. Never mind that she's actually lived her entire life in America. But like, yo, she understands the struggle. Talking to an Israeli who was born there, lived their entire life there up until we moved here. I lived there for 5 years. Like, I love the stolen valor this dude thinks he's got from like, don't worry, dude. Don't worry, man. I'm dating an 8% Arab.
Married, too.
Oh, married, right. They're married.
There's I can't find discount codes, but there's a real skulls.
Okay, so Ethan, chat, I've got to get my fucking desktop back up. The story on that is this, all right? I'm going over to put a deposit on the apartment that I'm going to be moving into. I'm going over to do this today after stream. And the real issue, though, is that they like can't start the process of getting internet installed until I pay that, right? So I may have to be down for a few days. I don't really have any control about that. It sucks. I will try to do what I can. I'll try to figure out a way to stream anyway. I know there's like a conference room in the apartment building. If somehow I can like reserve that thing for myself, maybe I could stream from there. I don't know, but I'll try to do what I can. And I am so behind in chat.
Discounted to $20 section, and there's like a squirrel and a kangaroo.
But yeah, that being said, chat, when I finally do get internet installed, I will have my desktop plugged in. I will have access to my Twitter, I'll put an Instagram. I need to be able to see these things, right? Because I haven't been able to. I think I have Instagram on my phone maybe, and on my desktop, and it's just I didn't put stuff on the right devices. I didn't realize I'd be using my laptop for this.
And
that's a good deal.
Yeah.
Actually, I don't want to be uncharitable. Anissa's one of her parent, I think her dad is Lebanese. He's just not Arab. So I mean, at the end of the day, she's the same thing.
Yeah, she's 50%.
She's Lebanese.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She has to be because she's the same mix as me. So if she doesn't qualify, then I don't. So
no, she's Lebanese. Yeah.
Wait, and and you're Irish too, right?
Yeah.
Oh my God, bro! What the fuck?
Yeah.
You understand the struggle, man. You got that perfect pedigree. Anyway,
I'm here because of it, because of the conflict. That's why my dad and his family moved here back in the 80s. Yeah.
So beep boop boop. What was I saying? Yeah. So he's doing this activism. He's not even really mentioning.
Omega Star, thank you for the bits. I can't read. Oh, it's not big enough. It's not big enough for me to read what you said. But thank you. And if you want to retype that, I'll read it out. But thank you for the 100 bits.
Doing anything good for this cause other than shitting on me for apparently being a Zionist and being not mean to his pro-Palestine friends. And I just...
He didn't say... Chat, this is driving me nuts. I don't think he said the word Zionist. I'm like 99.9% sure he didn't call it Ethan.
Wake up.
Oh my God, I gotta know. All right, he's made a claim. Provable claim if it's true. All right. Looking at the iDubbbz content cop now. Opening up the transcript. It's taking its sweet time. It's loading. There it is. It's loaded. Okay, I want to know if the word Zionist. Okay, so here's where Zionist occurs here. We got two occurrences, right?
There are very thoughtful, very kind anti-Zionist Jews out there that
So we're talking about anti-Zionist Jews. It's Hassan saying it. It's not iDubbbz saying it. That's one occurrence of the word. And chat, I'm just typing in Zion, sir. So any permutation of this word is gonna... Okay, so here we got another occurrence. See who says Zionist here.
This is what he did. He hit his heart hard.
The Zionism is leading to not accepting other cultures, embracing their own culture.
Okay, so this is iDubbbz saying the Zionism, not calling Ethan a Zionist. I want to see where this is coming. Like, this is all within a few minutes here.
Communities and distribution facilities are not widespread across the U.S.
We want to see the context for iDubbbz mentioning Zionism.
So what are they left with? They're left with a common, relatable, shitty hummus, which is Sabra. And what's so fucking pathetic about this whole thing is after he was able to get these Arab creators banned off of Twitch for 30 days, he goes on to talk about how bad Sabra hummus is on his show.
I don't think anybody prefers Sabra over homemade like restaurant quality hummus. You know, it's what's there.
Like weirdly fluffy.
It is
Sabra.
fluffy.
Weird.
Yeah.
I would buy it sometimes and eat it. It's not the best.
The problem is with Sabra, in my opinion, it's only good for the first 2 days.
For some reason, like when you eat this Sabra shit, it just feels so much heavier. And imagine eating a whole fucking...
So, like, here's something else that has not been pointed out, all right? Yeah, Ethan, give him credit. You know, he's admitted that Sabra is not the best hummus. That's you do have to be ridiculous to not like if you denied that, if you were like, no, Sabra is excellent hummus, what the fuck are you talking about? Then you don't know hummus at all, right? But he does admit like the crew is giving credence to the fact that it's not good hummus. Anybody tried it and has tried other hummus could tell you. I would say not even just homemade hummus. I would say store-bought hummus. Sabra is worse than most store-bought hummus. But the one thing that I've never heard Ethan mention in all the discussion of Sabra is the reason that it's on the BDS list in general. So Ethan claims that he is an ally to the Palestinian people. He believes in a free Palestine. He just wants it to be a two-state solution. All right? Then why haven't you said anything about Sabra other than it's like less than great hummus? Right? The real criticism of Sabra doesn't have anything to do with the quality of hummus.
And vat of Sabra.
It's what Sabra supports. The reason that it's on the boycott list.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
I've never liked hummus.
Oh, okay.
Well, you hate Jews then.
I don't.
And Arabs.
Yeah.
This is racist.
Yeah, it's almost like you can have a discussion about Sabra hummus being a bad hummus without it being at all related to a Jewish thing or an Israeli thing. He can have that discussion as much as he wants on his podcast because we all know his intentions aren't anti-Semitic.
This is what he did. He hit his heart hard.
The Zionism is leading to not accepting other cultures, embracing their own culture, and instead thinking that that is an attack on you. There's this incident on the podcast where they were...
So chat, that's the only occurrence of the word Zionism. And you know, iDubbbz is talking about it in the context of the defense of the state enacting genocide. This isn't even... I don't know. There it is. There's the one mention, and somehow Ethan got from that iDubbbz thinks he's doing activism. iDubbbz thinks he's a hero. iDubbbz thinks he's the savior of the Palestinian people for knocking down the big bad Ethan Klein, when everything about this video centers itself around interpersonal issues. Yeah, that do touch on Israel-Palestine, that do touch on, here's like the QT Cinderella Chestnuts clip. But, you know, it is basically stems from Ethan's insistence that iDubbbz back up his opinions that he obviously doesn't agree with.
Reacting to QT...
Anyway.
Just don't see who he thinks he's helping. Like this level of activism that they're exercising is beyond pathetic.
They're
like,
not
holy
doing
shit, bro.
activism.
If you actually...
They're doing a content cop, shithead. They're doing a YouTube video. Like the controversy that you have embroiled yourself in, yes, involves Zionism, involves Israel-Palestine, but it's not what the fucking video is about. I found 2 occurrences of that word. One of them is something that Hassan said, and the other is, you know, iDubbbz talking about the overall defense of Israel during a time that it's doing a genocide.
Actually cared. There's a million things.
Like if this video was about activism, if it was you know, an anti-Zionist video, then why the fuck does it wait until an hour into the video, 66% of the way through the video, to even mention the fucking word?
Things you could do other than content cop Ethan Klein for being mean to Hassan, my hero, who supports terrorists. No.
Again, Ethan, you were mean to Hassan and Frogan and Denims and a whole bunch of other people for a long time before the content cop, right? What was the activating incident to iDubbbz making a video on you? It was you calling out iDubbbz. It's interpersonal between you, Ela, him, and Anissa, right? That's what's going on. You called him out for not being on your side, yes, in doing some Hasbara, among other things, amongst, you know, other, you know, interpersonal toxicity.
No mention of that. Anyway, here's the clip.
Well, that's what I was thinking. Yeah.
I'll tell you guys someday.
Oh wait, hold on. I didn't play.
Yeah, you get this cool ass art.
insane,
What
bro.
hair? Check Discord. That's what I get.
Yeah. Well, that's what I was thinking. Yeah.
I'll tell you guys someday.
Yeah, you were saying you get.
ESIRE says the thing is their community is built as a foundation of acting like this. So they act like this because this is the mainstream, because they have this vehicle to do it. These are marginal people in other areas.
That cool ass art in the mail. Meanwhile, I get, and then you sent in Discord skulls.
Yeah, I sent the skulls. It's a funny joke.
Funny joke.
But yeah, people.
Funny stuff, man.
People peg.
Attack of the Hank. Yeah, Hassan says he read Bleach, not watched it. He wasn't a big fan, but he got the sword because it was cool. Yeah. And it's not a swastika either.
This on that one.
That's one of the few times they're actually right.
Like, chat, if it was a literal swastika sword, right? If there was a sword with a swastika as its hilt, I don't think I thought that.
Like about something they speculated about.
That's
so
true. That's a good
it's
point.
nice to see.
Yeah. But yeah, Ian's a total tool, and I'll be honest, guys. I was so close. I fought the urge. I like Ian myself. I'm on a path of enlightenment.
How are we qualified to establish who is a beach fan? This sounds like a fandom discussion, doesn't it? Girly sound. You know what I mean? Like an inter-fandom discussion. Oh, you're not a real Bleach fan. I was, I read the manga, or I was into it the first season, or so. It's that kind of discussion, like, right? That he's just using to try to stir more shit and farm more drama.
I've learned empathy. My empathy bar is like almost full to the top. Like, I just care so much.
Wow.
So this is why I stopped myself from texting them both last night. I was like,
just like popping off on them or something?
Yeah, just being like, hey guys, enjoy the new the empathy scumbags. And just like, I just wanted to be like, fuck you both.
I'm sorry.
I didn't do it because
Bro is unhinged. Bro needs help. Like, right? Exactly what iDubbbz said, exactly what Dr. Honda said is true. You could make an argument that as a mental health professional, maybe, making a video talking about Ethan's, paranoia, etc., talk about Ethan's symptoms, honestly, maybe that's not the most appropriate thing to do. Maybe it's understandable that he would want to take down the video anyway. From what I can see, though, he took down the video because of intimidation. He didn't make the video to shit on Ethan. He made the video to acknowledge that, of these two people whose apologies he's reacted to, these apologies he's rated, for content, that iDubbbz seems to be self-reflective, self-aware, taking accountability, and Ethan does not. That's the long and short of it.
Because I'm obviously enlightened, inspired by.
You're just doing it now.
Hassan, by the way, who's live right now, who watched this entire Ian's entire content cop about me, right? In fact, he's enjoying it. He got his post from his channel, 700,000 views. Surely, I know he's avoiding watching my content nuke. He's made it clear that he's not going to. First of all, I want to say that I hope people let him know how it's done. When Ian dropped a video about me, I opened it, live streamed it immediately. That's what's called accountability, and that's what's called believing in yourself. Not only you're a coward, you're a liar. So he showed Ian's content cop in full. So like obviously he's going to show my response video, right? Right? It wouldn't make any sense if he didn't show. Right? I mean, am I wrong? Like it doesn't make any sense for him not to show it, right? Like,
yeah, good catch, Shakespeare. 8% Arab is what Ethan called her. Wow, is what Ethan said about a niece. Apparently, it's like blood quantum. Yeah, this is.
The Pope's death. That actually is big news.
Well, no, I'm saying no. He doesn't have to watch it now, but
Ethan was born in California. Why does he now claim to be born in Israel? My understanding is he's a dual citizen. I don't know when that happened, but that would be the true part of what he's referring to. But you're right, B-Law. There's a lot that he says that makes it sound like, you know, he's claiming to be like what, like really, like I don't know. There's a lot that he's saying that makes it just sounds like he's claiming something else.
I'm just saying, like,
they suffer so much, and I heard how both sides suffer. Wars do.
Oh, okay.
Rip.
I was saying he doesn't have to watch it now, but like he should watch it today. I feel like he has to.
He has to watch
what would
it
it mean
today.
if he didn't watch that after watching the entire iDubbbz?
Fucking unhinged. This is fucking unhinged, right? Hassan's responsible for the skulls. He needs to watch your video today. I made a video. Why is Hassan not watching it?
Content cop. Surely he has no reason not to. I'm just saying, I mean, being like, what would his reason be not to watch it? He has to.
A gazillion reasons, and the first and foremost on my mind are the shit that's going on in the U.S. government. Ethan, are you aware that we live under a dictatorship that is planning to deport people, including citizens, to a fucking hellhole in El Salvador that no one comes back from? Were you aware of the American gulag in El Salvador? Yeah, there's a few other things to talk about. Why isn't Hassan talking about my video? You baby. You absolute juvenile baby.
Right? I mean, that would just be too cowardly. It would be too blatantly just cowardly. Right?
Right. Yes.
Right.
I mean, he has no out. So I look forward to that.
My hair looks cute even without the butterfly. Thank you, Omega.
It's the least he could do. I mean, he owes it to the both sides of the argument. You know,
what are you talking about? He doesn't owe you shit.
like imagine not watching the response. I mean, that's just cowardly and pathetic on a level that I know he's capable of, but I wonder if he's actually that shameless. Let's do it. You guys want to do a poll? Let's see. Do you think Hassan's going to watch it? Watch my reaction video?
True.
Yeah.
After that, we'll do our sponsors. And the thing is, like, I don't think that he should be able to skirt by anymore. Like, he's managed to, like, trick his audience into thinking that he doesn't need to watch my video because everything's out of context, even though he hasn't seen it. And he's watched other people watch it, therefore he doesn't need to watch it. And
he's watched it, Ethan. He's watched it. And no, like, reacting to, look, if you took a million, like, 2-second snippets of what I said, and they were all, like, making it look like I said something bad, when if you listen before or after, it's understandable what I say, not bad, then I wouldn't watch that shit either. What the fuck is the purpose of that? A video that you have to stop every 2 minutes and be like, all right, now this was from the VOD from like last year. I think this was March 13th. Here, let's look for that. Oh no, I'm sorry, March 12th. Yeah, no, it was this one. Here, let me find the timestamp for you. Just a second, folks. Just a second. I know I'm taking like 5 hours to watch through like 10 minutes of content, but this is what we got to do because Ethan's given us a bunch of bad faith clip chimps. It's all clip chimps. And it's honestly all mostly clip chimps that Hassan has dealt with before because Destiny and his community did it. It's stuff that he's seen on live stream fails, right? It's stuff, in other words, that he's already debunked. So no, Ethan, for platforming your pile of stinky giardia-laden shit is not what Hassan wants to do with his show. Fucking deal with it, you loser.
Yada yada. Like, he's actually convinced his audience that he's not just a total fucking coward and doesn't want to actually watch the video. But in this case, he has no excuse, and I'm gonna vote no because that's what I think he's. Yep, 92% no.
I'm shocked by your vote.
Now that should not be acceptable to him or his audience. You can't watch the content cop and then not watch the response. That's insane. It's insane.
I mean, it seems good for juice as well.
Yeah, he has no reason not to watch it. Like you said, that one video he uploaded got 700,000 views for him, which is a lot for that channel.
Oh, so he really wants to debate?
The video that he yes, chat. If you take a fucking video and if you do a prepared content video in general, it does better than a streamed video. That's the nature of YouTube. It's a stream. It's a you know, prepared content platform. Your video is competing with other prepared content. You do a video that's edited, it's gonna do better than a fucking stream video. That's true. That's true.
That's the only barrier in the way of that.
Unless,
him watching the video.
I gotta say, unless your name is Ethan Klein and you fucking suck at editing, you insist on doing it anyway, right? In which case, you know, yeah, you might be somewhat limited in your number of views. What is this? Oh, well, no, he did get 1 million on this. April 20th. This is like a day old or so. But he's complaining about this video not getting out to his audience.
Yeah, and well, that's the content nuke. I'm not even asking him to do that. You know, I'm just asking him to watch the response video, right?
No, you asked him to watch the content nuke. You asserted that he was a coward. You were trying to get him to just like platform a non-stop barrage of clip chimps, a non-stop barrage of bad faith, out of context clips. And chat, when I say out of context, that's not just like Hassan regretting like a word, you know, like a paragraph that he said, right? If that's what this was, that'd be more understandable. You really are going to say that's out of context? It seems like you know, you're going on for, you know, a minute about this, right? No, we're not talking about 1 minute long clips. We were talking about 2 second long clips. We were talking about 3 second long clips. We were talking about 5 second long clips. Shit that is very, you know, if you really want to understand what the fuck the person was saying, you got to listen before and after. And you conveniently cut that off.
But it's pretty pathetic stuff. And it doesn't surprise me in the least because he's the one that's been pushing Bad Empanada harder than anyone. In fact, we'll get to the sponsors here in a sec. Where's the...
We got to do our sponsors.
How long's it been?
We're way over.
Oh,
44 minutes.
Sheesh. Where's the clip?
Okay.
How long is it?
Which clip are you referring to?
Of him promoting Bad Empanada. You can type it to me. Okay, I got you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Yeah. Oh, okay. Actually, you know what? Let's do the sponsor first because there's a whole bunch of them. Yeah. Thank you, Dan. Thank you so much to our wonderful. Up to 88%. Here is a. Let's see here.
What is Ligma?
Oh, thank you. Someone did the honor of putting this together for me. Let's see how this goes. Do not forget that Hassan intentionally used and platformed Bad Empanada to attack Ethan while he knew all along that he's an unhinged psychopath. Yep, that's 100% true and 100% provable.
Such a fucking freak, dude. Oh my lord, he is such a goddamn freak.
This is Hassan.
Ethan, wasn't somebody complaining about a psychologist doing diagnoses online and we're going to diagnose Bad Empanada as being a psychopath? All right, here's the deal. He's not a psychopath. He's not exhibiting, you know, anything that could be called like a symptom of mental illness, right? He's an asshole. Bad Empanada is a disagreeable fellow. He is hard to get along with. He has, you know, shit to, you know, throw at everybody. Right? He's an asshole, but he's not a psychopath. He's not a scary individual. He's not somebody that like you know, think that you're going to, you know, wind up in his basement, like if you come on the wrong side of him, all right? That's not what we're dealing with here.
I'm talking about Bad Empanada.
And also, Ethan, what do you think you are? If I'm going to call Bad Empanada an asshole, which he is, I feel like what I would call you would be a little bit worse than that. Right? An asshole is just somebody who gets, you know, pissed and pops off with no filter. I've never seen Bad Empanada be as craven and dishonest as you. I've never seen Bad Empanada be so beholden to his own ego that even when he's wrong about something, oh, okay, well, except for that time with Zara. He still does need to apologize to Zara, but yeah, what the fuck?
before October 7th, when he was like, oh yeah, no, this guy's psych. Well, listen to what he says. And then
The most insane person.
Exactly.
He has like 7,000 accounts. I just said I have an official blockade on bad Empanada videos on this broadcast while I'm live. That's number one. And number two, he's not just mean on Twitter. He is a psychopath, okay? The idea that he's just simply...
Again, this is more streamers like using histrionic language. I disavow what Hassan is saying right here. I get that Hassan does not literally mean that bad Empanada is diagnosable, right? But what he say? This is Hassan's way of saying that bad Empanada is an extreme asshole, and you know, you'll see a lot of streamers, Destiny, Vosh, right? They all get histrionic like this.
mean on Twitter is ridiculous. He is not just mean on Twitter. He is the most insane person on Twitter.
Pagium, Path of Enlightenment. Ian becomes, I mean, that's true. His Twitter profile is wild. Ian becomes a better person. Ethan loses weight. This is the Path of Enlightenment, Tajium says. Ian becomes a better person. Ethan loses weight after sucking his dog's asshole. Damn. Damn.
Now can you all tell me, please, how it's possible that Hassan's community went from that, acknowledging that, and not just Hassan, everybody on the left, everyone in Hassan's orbit understands and knows this about bad Empanada. How is it now that he's their hero? How is it now that on Snark, which, by the way, if you want to know if this is Hassan related or not, just look at the title. It's H3 Leftovers or some. You know what I mean? Like it has a picture of Hassan in the.
Hassan reiterated that he will react to the content nuke with Ethan in person on either stream.
Avatar. They all know this, right? But now all of a sudden, when he's their attack dog, when he'll do things and say things that they never would, but stuff that they agree with and want to happen, he's in Argentina. He can get away with it. That's why I was surprised when Noah Sampson.
Fact check. Is there something special about Argentinian law where, like, I don't know. So is it harder for somebody to redress, you know, harm caused to them by an Argentinian citizen than it is a citizen of Mexico or Colombia or the United States or the UK or like, right? Is Argentina really some kind of outlier? Or is Ethan just counting on racist American attitudes towards the global South and towards Latin America to make us think that, oh yeah, Argentina really fucked up place, you know?
Made a video just straight up defaming me and Mudahar. I was like, dude, you live in America, bro. Like, there's no. And by the way, today is Noah Sampson's deadline, so. TikTok, bud. Everyone thinks I'm playing around.
TikTok, yeah, he doesn't fucking care. He doesn't care. Bring your fucking case. He'll crowdfund a lawyer for himself, and he'll get slapped the fuck down.
But
yeah, keep on threatening your slap lawsuit, jackass.
Yep. Anyway, let's keep watching. So that's pre when October 7th, when all of a sudden anyone who doesn't think Israel should be annihilated is a Zionist worthy of death.
It's a video game where you kill Zionist soldiers.
Is it possible there's a difference between Israel, quote unquote, being annihilated, by which you're implying, you know, people, their citizens are all unalived, versus enfranchising the Palestinian people? Because at this point, the two-state solution, in the words of Netanyahu himself, has been prevented. It will not happen now. Netanyahu brags about having prevented the two-state solution. De facto, chat, we have a one-state solution, and it is an apartheid state, and that is the fucking problem. Like, just like apartheid was rolled back with South Africa, it should be rolled back with Israel. That's what's being asked for. That's not...
soldiers as a Palestinian resistance fighter. Anyways, at least...
And I believe the South Africans, the white South Africans, asserted the same thing, that, like, you know, reversing apartheid would lead to their genocide. Would lead to, you know, being that the black South Africans had a majority over them, would lead to them being, you know, treated the way that they had treated black South Africans, and that's not what happened.
This I showed in the video, but I'll let it play for those that don't know.
Are these Israelis? Are just standing there? I mean, is the Israeli army a bunch of Ethan Kleins? Like, they're all on a fucking Ozempic binge. They don't understand what's going on around them. They haven't noticed me. Where do they keep the secretaries?
This comment's great. Hassan never watched Bad Empanada videos on him after he started to platform him. He actually made a video about Hassan, and guess what? Hassan skipped that one. Interesting.
In here? I'm hunting for secretaries right now.
Oh, this is from my video. Okay.
Secretary a genocide propaganda will come. Thanks for watching. Free Palestine. Thanks for watching.
Yeah, go support this dipshit that I do appreciate, regardless of my disagreements with him on his optics and the ways that he conducts himself. With
now Hassan, it's worth noting, before Hassan started platforming this guy hardcore, he was basically like lost in obscurity. If you go look at his channel stats, actually, you should pull up. Can you send me his channel stats?
This is interesting. This is interesting now. So yeah, he's gonna show Bad Empanada's channel stats. I'm guessing what you're gonna see is that, you know, his channel was going along, and the other thing is, like, which channel are they gonna pull up? Are they gonna pull up Bad Empanada? They're gonna pull up Bad Empanada Live. But you know, if it's Bad Empanada, you know, you'll see that his channel was kind of going along, having, you know, slow growth like every other channel on YouTube. He actually wasn't posting that much, and then at one point you're going to see it start to take off. My guess is that Ethan is going to claim that this was due to him being platformed by Hassan, whereas I will propose the alternate hypothesis to you that he is actually being platformed by Ethan Klein. That the Bad Empanada's, you know, exponential growth as a YouTube channel is a factor of Ethan Klein serving up iDubbbz to him. And yeah, that's also what got Hassan to watch him. Ethan, you're making Bad Empanada's channel grow, and he thanks you for it.
Basically, from the moment that Hassan kept doing this, like, oh, he's such a dickhead, but anyway, go watch and support him, his channel exploded, and now he is, you know, and been empowered by these people to basically, well, as you've seen,
regular frequency, because ultimately his product, his YouTube essays as a standalone entity, is always solid.
I'm sure. Yeah. Yeah.
Today was pretty bad, wasn't it?
Bro, I'm not kidding. First of all, where's this from? One of y'all sent it to me. I don't even know where he posted this. Nobody knows? I mean, it's him. It's clearly him.
I got no idea.
Actually, it was sent to me by my close friend who's been a pro-Palestine advocate for a long time. And he said this guy looks like a fucking sociopath.
So where did he post it? Well, thank you to your friend. That's really great, because this video was such a gift to me.
Yeah.
Because like,
great friend, paring down sociopathy to being disagreeable. I feel like people that have grown up with a parent who that was a sociopath, I feel like they might have a little bit more of an insight on what sociopathy really is. It is, in fact, not just being an asshole. It is not being generally disagreeable. There's a little bit more to it, but
it's just, you can't look crazier. Now, when I sent this, you sent this to me all casually, like everybody knew about it. And I opened it, and I legitimately had a jump scare.
For real.
When it starts, the face, the smile he's doing, look at it. It was actually, and I'm going to give him credit here by saying this, it was terrifying.
Yeah, this was sent to me a while ago, and I never shared it because it's like triggering. And then when you were talking about your video yesterday, and I was like, well, if you are going to talk about him, you got to fucking.
Well, what do you mean a while ago? This is about.
Whenever the content
was sent to you a few days ago.
Well, fuck, man, this week has been hell. Yeah, I feel like I've been through hell and back this past week. Feels like it's been a month. Yeah.
Yeah.
Today was pretty bad, wasn't it? Really sucked for you. You were so disappointed. The betrayal of one of your closest long-term friends, huh?
Talk to Bad Empanada. Destroy.
I genuinely can't tell if he's kidding, if he's like trying to do shtick, or if he's actually.
He's trying to. Well, I don't know the guy or much about him. I think he's trying to do shtick.
But
like it's still like fucked up. But like it's funny. I don't know what to say.
He doesn't like you. He means it when he says he hates you. That's true. He doesn't think you're a good person. That's true. But does he like? Are you gonna have to let the people at the gate outside of your subdivision know, like, are you gonna have to show them a picture like, don't let this guy in because he's coming to get you? No, he's probably not.
Made me laugh really.
He means everything.
But no, all he has to do is show a picture of an airplane like landing in Los Angeles, and Ethan's like, he's coming to get me.
He says.
I guess so.
Murder me in my sleep.
Yeah. It's just the way he conducts himself in it is.
I don't think.
Insane.
Yeah,
I don't think so. Actually,
I think that might be.
He's trying to be intimidating and
yes,
like
I think
badass.
So. That's what he does. He's done that to other people.
Okay. I mean, maybe.
I'm at the point where I'm not convinced either or.
I have
which is concerning.
I have a whole document of shit he's done against other people that I'm sourcing that I'm going to put together for everybody, because I feel like the way that they've been supporting Bad Empanada, they've been digging their own graves. This guy is such a reprehensible freak that they've all previously denounced, that all of a sudden now that he's cool to use as their attack dog. They are all.
That's why it's good that you didn't actually admit to sourcing all of your information on Hassan through Destiny, right? So that you don't dig your own grave. You've done everything you could to like deny the association, even when there's multiple times where you're online looking at your phone, trying to pull up a clip, and at the same time there's somebody in Destiny's Discord finding that same link. Yeah.
Going to have mud in their face, and not the good kind.
Nice.
Sorry, not the good kind. Would that be the giardia? Mud in their face?
Cheers.
Cheers.
Bad Empanada in the marketplace of ideas. Why won't you do that? He's called out your wife, dude, right? He's done horrible things. You should talk to Bad Empanada and fucking destroy him.
Now, Hassan, who is bravely watching Ian's content cop. He's watching a bit of this. I don't know how much he watched of our podcast, but he is actually suggesting to me to have Bad Empanada on our show.
You can do it, big man.
TikTok, Chloe.
The problem is not that he knows shit. The problem is that he's a fucking psychopath, and you have to be a giant.
Considering that you just congratulated a literal neo-Nazi, Sam Hyde, for breaking iDubbbz's brain, Ethan, you got no fucking room to talk. And all your shit about anti-Semitism, we see how hollow that is. All it takes is Sam Hyde, talking shit about Hassan, playing an elaborate ruse on iDubbbz in their videos that they did on each other. All it takes is that to get you to to fucking fist bump a literal Nazi.
Piece of shit to platform him. You understand that, but you conveniently forgot when it comes to when he's harassing me and other Jewish people, other Zionists.
Ethan, TikTok, because this was just a taste. This was just a small part of what we have organized for you. It's only gonna get worse. It's only gonna get worse, Mr. Klein. Every day, sit there just waiting in misery, in fear of what we have in store for you.
I could smell his breath through the video.
Yeah.
I have been trying to not talk about him. I've been biting my fucking lip so bad because I know he's fucking insane.
It's not gonna matter. He's already gone.
He's already but not that I'm afraid of him. He just fucking makes up shit. And
I'm afraid of him.
I mean, yeah.
I think people are right to be afraid of him. I feel like
I finally got back down to the bottom of chat. Holy shit.
after a while
today is not going well.
Of him like threatening you and alluding to things and trying to scare you and stuff. After it's been long enough now where I've just been like straight up going for him.
Yeah.
He is just a giant fucking pussy, and that's the reason why he lives in a shithole cockroach infested of in a corner of Argentina.
Oh, okay, I see that. So because Bad Empanada has not murdered you in your sleep, he's a pussy. Is that what we're going with? Is that how?
Tina,
I have noticed that
Pussy?
with like little pressure, he's folded pretty quick. And got pretty insecure.
He's a nobody.
Fuck is AP
That's just been.
about?
He's got everybody's high on the.
I haven't seen Bad Empanada fold when he called Zara a moron, and then later had to admit that the thing that Zara was arguing with him about that was the truth. That what Zara said was the truth, right? Now he did this and he didn't even apologize to her. He called her a moron. He blocked me. He doesn't fucking fold, all right? Even when he's wrong, Bad Empanada does not fold. That's just not part of his personality.
On the snark.
Yeah,
That's it.
I think his reputation of being psycho is. I don't know. It's funny the people that reached out to warn me about him, and like don't talk about him, don't mention him. It's like people that I've even had beef with throughout the years. So it's funny. It's funny to see him actually fold so quickly.
Well, when did he fold?
Well, I think he folded when he tried to show that he wasn't bothered by you by putting on his fresh fit and looking in the mirror. And
he
got a nice haircut, and he's taking the mirror pic. And
did we ever show that on the show?
I don't know, but it was such a good.
I was making fun of the way he looked.
Like gonna fucking whatever.
Yeah, that was funny. You're right.
Yeah.
He posted a selfie of him like with a haircut and wearing like nice clothes, and he's like, "I'm hotter than Ethan ever would be." I'm like, that's fine, dude. Oh yeah, and then he posted a picture of his dinner that looked like he had a duty in the middle. And he's like eating fine food.
Yeah.
Thank you, Ethan, for funding. Enjoy.
What's that folding? I still haven't heard the part where he folds.
We're gonna watch a Bad Empanada video on the stream.
Also, now I really want to see that picture. Anybody got the picture of Bad Empanada eating a delicious meal? Like, I'm wondering what kind of cuisine Ethan is comparing to shit, considering that this man has literally gotten infected with a parasite that comes from the infected feces getting in your fucking mouth.
I'm just like
never.
Anyway, let's continue.
Why is he a terrorist?
I feel like this is the last one that should be talking about who's eating shit.
He's an Arab in Yemen. Why else would he be a terrorist, right? Someone who, by the way, like, what terrorist attack has he committed? What terrorist attack has he committed? I can point to a terrorist attack that Klein has participated in.
Mm-hmm.
What terrorist attack did this guy participate in? Could you point to that for us? Which one? What did he do?
He would perhaps benefit tremendously if I did watch his YouTube videos on the.
By the way, doesn't blink when Bad Empanada says that Hila went on, participated in a terrorism.
Ethan, what do you call raiding the houses of innocent Palestinians on the West Bank? What is that called? Like, for the reason not of protecting Israel or whatever, trying to find, terrorists, but for the reason of making sure that these people don't feel secure in their homes. That's literally terrorism. She went on a raid to do terrorism. Now, she didn't pull the trigger on any weapon. She didn't, end anybody, but she literally was part of of an act of terrorism. I don't know what the fuck is terrorism other than inspiring terrorism or terror in your target in order to achieve some political goal. That's literally what Israel is doing in the West Bank. It's terrorism. Yes.
Campaign or whatever the fuck. She's done terrorism. Like, he doesn't blink. You know? That's the thing. He puts him on. He says whatever Hassan wants. And then he's just like, oh man, bad empanada. Like, I'm not doing that. The thing is, like, look how I conduct myself. Okay, not to toot my own horn. I'm not pulling up Destiny. I don't think I've watched one hate video.
Look how I conduct myself, says the man with the button that Thanos snaps the last 45 seconds of what's gone on the stream. Look at how you conduct yourself. Ethan, most of the time we can't. Because you edit it out. You conduct yourself very badly. To the point where you've had to have a time delay and a button to, like, prevent anybody from seeing just what a fucking monster you are.
Video on Hassan. Because it's fucking pathetic. But he manages to do it every day. Pretty much every Ethan hate.
All right, chat. I am going to point out we actually have a decent amount of viewers today. Hi, everyone. Glad to have you along for the ride. Make sure to hit that like button and maybe even give me, maybe even sub to me so that you can find this channel more easily in the future. We've also got a poll going on today that I have not talked about. 162 of you have voted over on YouTube, right? This is a poll on YouTube. Unfortunately, we can't have the poll on Twitch because Twitch sucks at doing polls, but you can come over to YouTube, no comment check on YouTube. You can vote in the poll. Right now, Ethan talk to Sam Cedar. That is the #1 topic in our poll. Number 2 is Gokunaru reacts to the content cop. That is the guy that did the premiere and the first Ethan Klein H3 takedown video pointing out what a bully Ethan was back in the day. That's Gokunaru reacting to the content cop by iDubbbz. We also have in third place, Ethan goes after Dr. Kirk Honda. He went after this dude on Instagram, and Dr. Honda took down his video. And this is Ethan talking more about Dr. Honda, psychology in Seattle. And in fourth place is finishing the iDubbbz content cop. So those are our options. That is bonus content. Bonus content happens under certain conditions. The main condition is that bonus goal that says 31 right now, 31 out of 100, gets to 100. That is the first thing that has to happen. The second thing is, like, what content do we get? Well, we get the content that you vote for, but you can also affect the content every time you donate. Yeah, what makes the dono goal go forward? Super chats, super stickers. If you get yourself a membership, if you gift memberships, if you support me on Throne, or if you sign up for my Patreon, or if you support me over on Twitch, right? Any of those things cause the bonus goal to go up, make it get us closer to that sweet, sweet bonus content, and also gives you the ability, should you so choose, to let me know in the comments which of these topics up here, like the topics up there, the topics on the poll, which of these topics are you feeling? You can add your donation as a percentage to the topic of your choice, thus maybe pushing, your favorite topic over the line and getting it chosen today. But I don't know. I don't want to get your hopes up too much, chat. We are only at 31%, and we are closing in on the end of the stream here. So we'll see if it happens, if we get some bonus content today or not. I'm letting you know where we're at right now, what's winning, which again is Ethan talking to Sam Cedar. This is Ethan talking to Sam Cedar. Just like Hassan was talking about going to Palestine, Ethan is talking to Sam Cedar. So will he actually do it? I guess we'll see. But he does talk about it. If you want to see him do that, select that. Second place, Gokunaru. Third place, Dr. Honda, Psychology in Seattle. And fourth place, finishing the iDubbbz content pop. Let us get back now to our scheduled programming.
Hate video, of which we all know there's a lot. And he watches every single one of them in its entirety. How pathetic is this? Guys, can we please just talk about how pathetic of a loser he is?
Can we please get everyone, can I just copy and paste the content of my mind into the minds of everyone in the world and get everyone to think exactly like me, and so that then my crash out can no longer be called a crash out. This is Trumpian. What he's trying to bring us into his petty little parasocial world.
And this whole thing is he's at the center of all of this. The fucking Hassan content cop, the bad Empanada.
I'm sorry, he's at the center of this? Or is your inability to deal with the fact that you popped off on some ignorant ass shit and lost half of your fucking community at the center of this? And Hassan is just the subject of your ire. Who puts Hassan at the center of this, Ethan? It's you. Who wanted this conflict, Ethan? Was it Hassan? No. Hassan left you the fuck alone. When you said you no longer wanted to do leftovers, Hassan was like, fine. Let's move on. All right? And he even left the door open. And when people would attack you, he would defend you. For like a year. And you just let these, like, worms, like Destiny and Dan, get into your ear and be like, oh, yeah, Hassan's really fucked you over. Oh, yeah, be a shame if you were to pop off on Hassan. Oh, yeah, look at all this hate. Look at all these Hassan haters. Gee, maybe you could get your... They're fucking worm-tonguing him. They're worm-tonguing him into this crash out. God damn, dude.
This is all coming from...
At long last, sir, do you have no decency?
him. Nice shirt, by the way, idiot.
I sent that
I'm sorry, what? Oh, it's the Teddy Fresh shirt?
photo.
I never liked this shit anyway, bro.
Channel, but
yeah, which means that he was being really nice by promoting it.
I'm never gonna fucking do that.
I got it. Oh, they did it for me. So this is 100%. You can track this 100% to Hassan's promotion. So this guy, as you can see, zero growth. Then suddenly, boom. Okay. Views, almost no views. This guy was he's probably right. He was probably living on.
Play Something says, in case you didn't notice, I found somebody who got a, wow. Do people not know that I have a copy of the Dr. Honda video? Yeah, so I guess if you didn't watch the last stream, you wouldn't have any way of noticing or knowing this, right? But the last stream I did, the Dr. Honda was the bonus content. So because people supported the channel, I stayed on way later than I planned to, because I knew that this Dr. Honda video had been taken down, and I knew that there was the one way to kind of save it in posterity, and that was to cover the entire video. So yeah, that entire video has been reacted to you reacted to for you Play Something, or anybody else who wants to watch it, and is available for your viewing. Whether you are a member of this channel or not, it is not members only. It is for everyone. So yeah, that's there if you haven't seen it already, and that's what we can do when we hit the bonus goal.
On ramen noodles, and then all of a sudden, when Hassan started glazing him up, all of a sudden, you know what I mean? He can afford poop. Oh, it didn't.
Oh, geez. I guess if we say that Hassan didn't watch his videos for a while, and then he did watch his videos later, and we see Bad Empanada not growing that fast at this point, and he does grow faster at this point, then it must be that correlation equals motherfucking causation. Is that right? Is that how logic works? Is that how correlation works? Or might we want to look at another factor, like a big fat lol cow? And I'm not saying this to do a dig at Ethan's weight. Obviously, Ethan has lost a lot of weight. But in terms of being a lol cow, Ethan is quite juicy in the form of Ethan Klein. Bad Empanada has farmed your ass, sir. And that is what is responsible for his growth. Look at that. He's almost... is that... Oh, that's views. That's views. Video views, yeah, 2 million for the last 30 days. Subscribers up 25 for the last 30 days. How big is that channel at right now? Does it show number of subscribers? Oh, wait, here we go. 167K. I don't know what that's up from. He's growing by like 25K subscribers a month. It's, some substantial growth.
It wasn't poop, but it looked pretty gross. So, what the fuck, man? Here's a picture he posted.
This is what's so annoying about Ethan, is that he's just not very smart himself, and he treats everyone else as if they are less smart than him, right? There's just very obvious, like, logical fallacy there. They're like, okay, so you see Hassan started reacting to this guy, and views go up and subscribers go up, and it must be due to Hassan. And it's like, we can't figure out that there are multiple fucking factors behind this, including a factor that's sitting right in front of us, breathing giardia onto his crew.
By the way, let's see. To be a Zionist means to support
the R word.
Oh, okay. Okay. Oh, yeah, I love this. What? It looks like you're saying you support R word. It looks like why would you write that over a mirror selfie? It looks like you're saying that you're a Zionist that supports R word.
I made my own little edit. It's a great meme template. I just sent the one I made.
This reminds me of the shirt of Hassan, where it's like it just lists all the terrible.
All right, chat. Let's just watch the Bad Empanada video, and then I'm gonna get the fuck out of here.
Do best. Playing the victim. His reaction to getting refuted for months on end on Israel-Palestine and having his abhorrent views plainly dissected for all to see by me and many others has been simply to try to divert attention away from that discussion and onto basically everything else, rather than try to actually refute his detractors. Ethan Klein is once more doing what Zionists do best. Playing the victim. His reaction to getting refuted for months on end on Israel-Palestine and having his abhorrent views plainly dissected for all to see by me and many others has been simply to try to divert attention away from that discussion and onto basically everything else. Rather than try to actually refute his detractors on the basis of the facts and the evidence, he just resorts to instead claiming they are terrible people, attacking them personally, and basically talking about everything but what's actually important. The actual political
I actually think a better thing to look at would have been the social blade for Bad Empanada's live channel, right? Because as much as his main channel might have grown from farming Ethan, I feel like his that main channel, it's not like there's not a lot of drama on that main channel. Like, occasionally, he really wants people to see something, he'll put it up there. Or bad not one word. There it is, Bad Empanada Live. The only thing I'm seeing is there's like an earlier... Damn it, fuck. I hate it when the tracking wheel for your mouse like zooms in and out on stuff, because you know, like, especially if you got like a page that you're trying to scroll down and then you get to a point where it's like, oh shit, like if it's over this, we're gonna zoom in and zoom out. It's just like, don't do that. I don't know, chat. It's not. There's nothing too interesting. I can't. I feel like that would be where you'd see the maximum impact. It's up to 78.5k subscribers. 67. So about half of the views he gets. Third of the views that he gets on his main channel. What about the subscribers in the last 30 days? 6.6 versus 20. Yeah, I mean, I guess it's not as interesting as I thought it would be. Anyway, let's just watch this.
Arguments, the historical arguments. He never responds to them. And now, in an effort to further ensure that he doesn't have to respond to them, he's claiming that he was mailed human skulls as a threat. Ethan's also been like slyly trying to imply that I sent him the skulls, although to my knowledge he hasn't outright said that yet. But if he does outright say it, we're certainly going to be looking into suing him for defamation, because in such a case, it would be very easy to just completely ruin him and his reputation, because in that situation, we would obviously be able to subpoena the records from the vendor, which would show like who ordered this, where they ordered it from, what details they put in, what payment method they use, and stuff like that. And as you'll be seeing during this video, the most likely culprit that it would show is Ethan.
Mars says, as a vegan, farming Ethan is the only type of farming I support. Nice.
Klein himself. So yeah, if he wants to get himself into actual real legal trouble, he's already losing a defamation lawsuit for millions to Ryan Kavanagh. I guess he can go through with that, though I'd advise him not to. I'll just crowdfund legal fees and we'll go to court and we'll get this whole thing figured out. So firstly, let me show you where he said this. It's in a video that he just made on his main channel. Half of the video, which is like dedicated to complaining about me again. He's made like 5 straight main channel videos just complaining about me. Honestly, it's pretty comical. But the YouTuber iDubbbz recently made a video like basically just accusing Ethan of being a bad friend to him, which to be honest, I don't really care about, and I don't think anyone should care about, because there's way more important things that are at stake. And in his video responding to that video, Ethan Klein like ludicrously brings up this supposed human skull incident, as if that has anything to do with this guy who made a video basically about like how you've just been a bad friend to him recently. So here's the part in the video where he brings up this supposed human skull thing.
There's something that I've never talked about publicly, but around the same time, we received 2 human skulls in the mail at our home, which led us to having a very pleasant interview with the FBI.
Okay, so let's examine this claim. We received 2 human skulls at home, which led us to having a pleasant interview with the FBI. The problem with this narrative is that Ethan Klein posted the uncensored images of these skulls on his Instagram, and they do appear to be real human skulls. However,
gotta be real careful with this, because Bad Empanada straight up shows the skulls. Ethan hints that like the reason they're blurred in his video is because he doesn't want to get.
They are real human skulls that still have the tags on them, that still have the serial number on the tags, and that literally have the vendor who sold them listed on the tags. So other people have already done all the work here for me regarding looking into where these skulls came from, which apparently wasn't too hard given how much information about them Ethan inadvertently gave out by posting these pictures. And it was discovered that this skull is from the website Skulls Unlimited. We know this because in this picture that he posted, which weirdly, by the way, is of his crew member AB handling the skull. Like he made him do that. That's weird, dude. You can see Skulls Unlimited. There's a tag there. And you can see in this picture very clearly the serial number of the skull, 0030589. So human remains like this are very carefully inventoried if they're being held in any sort of legal way, and that's why this has a serial number so that it can easily be tracked. So Ethan Klein is claiming, clearly here, that someone threatened him by buying a skull from a legal online website which will mail skulls to you. And they also had it mailed just directly to him, and like left the tags on it and everything, which makes it easy to track down and thus easy to find out who the person who sent it was, obviously, because they can just go to the vendor and ask them. But it gets stupider. This skull was actually on the website of Skulls Unlimited for sale up until this morning. As you can see here, this is the exact same skull, same serial number, 30589, same appearance, same everything. So Ethan Klein wants us to believe that someone threatened him by sending him skulls in the original packaging. Just to let you know, the packaging of Skulls Unlimited, by the way, make it very obvious what's inside as well. This is what a package from Skulls Unlimited looks like. So everything
it says Skulls Unlimited, right? It says the biggest word on this box is skulls.
About this is just obvious bullshit. He's trying to claim that someone sent him a skull in the mail, and they just sent it directly from the vendor. It didn't occur to them apparently to get it like sent to them first so that they could like make the packaging inconspicuous and cut off any identifying features or whatever, like, you know, the tag. No, they just mailed it directly to him. And then also after that, after Ethan apparently called the FBI, as he claimed in that video, he then returned the skull voluntarily to the vendor so that they can resell it. To be clear, you can't just return something unless you're the actual buyer like that. You can't just return something and get a refund for it unless you're the buyer. And it wouldn't make any sense anyway, even if he wasn't the buyer, for him to return it, because
here's what's frustrating to me, all right? got Ethan that is an unreliable narrator because he is trying to push a certain narrative, right? And also he's not, he's a bad source for information. We know this, right? You got Bad Empanada that, knows part of the story, has done some research. I don't know what we don't
return something unless you're the actual buyer.
see. Is that true, or is it the case that somehow this order got classified as a order to an institution which they're used to sending out before they get paid for it, and like, is there maybe an explanation other than Ethan, I don't know, getting a refund for this?
Like that, you can't just return something and get a refund for it unless
I just don't know if we have anybody that's got just the full set of information and also is going to be objective about this. It reminds me of the I think you could just leave sketch where the hot dog guy crashes into the hot dog dog shaped car into a store, and he's like, "Whoa, who did this?" While he's wearing a hot dog costume. Wait, you think that Ethan with the skull thing is he's like the hot dog guy but for skulls? How diabolical for someone to send a $1,000 skull in the original merchant packaging with the words "skulls" emblazoned on the box and a receipt inside. If no one wants this skull, I guess I'll take it. Watch the company come out and say he rented it for a day or something. Damn. Did he get a refund? See, I don't know. I don't know who's checking their information.
you're the buyer. And it wouldn't make any sense anyway, even if he wasn't the buyer, for him to return it, because, you'd want to keep that as evidence, as proof. You wouldn't just give it straight back to them so that they can sell it again a second time. And especially if the fucking FBI was involved, as he claimed, they wouldn't let you just give it back. They would have seized it from him as evidence immediately. And for that matter, the FBI just immediately getting involved, no local police first, nothing. Everything about this story is just incredibly implausible. And everything about it points to Ethan himself having bought these skulls in a pathetic effort to keep playing the victim by claiming that someone else sent them to him to threaten him. He's provided no evidence otherwise, and until he actually does, there's no reason to believe his narrative about this. And also, if this was real, obviously Ethan would not have shut up about it. He wouldn't have kept this on the down low. He's desperate to play the victim. He would have...
See, that's what I was saying, is that, there is a reason to keep this on the down low, and that is to, not encourage the person doing the harassment. Most content creators who deal with a substantial amount of harassment will employ exactly this technique to try to manage their, to try to just minimize the harassment they get. Because, in general, making your harassment part of your content will stimulate more harassment. Encourage the people doing the harassment. So there is a reason to not pop off, but then it doesn't seem very Ethan to be able to defer gratification like that. And the fact that he was not going to say anything back then, but he did say something now, is also suspicious.
Gone live basically immediately to talk about it. So what the evidence actually points to here, especially given that the skull was returned, and just to be clear, people have called Skulls Unlimited, and to be clear, please don't contact Skulls Unlimited. It'd be ethically wrong for them to get involved in this, and I'm pretty sure it would break a ton of privacy laws if the US even has those. I hope it does. For them to reveal anything about the people who are buying this stuff from them, so they cannot and they should not talk about this with you, so please just leave them alone. But someone did call them. They asked about the skull, and they said the skull is available for purchase, but now it's unlisted, meaning that once it started getting a lot of attention as a result of the Ethan Klein thing, they just took it down to it because they don't want to get involved. So the skull was factually returned, and it was listed on the website until this morning, meaning that Ethan Klein instead of giving the skull to the FBI as evidence, or them taking it as evidence, which is what they really would do if there was a serious crime here, instead of just keeping it or throwing it away or donating it somewhere, he returned it so that the person who he is claiming in order to threaten him can get a refund from the vendor. Look, I'm sorry, if you buy this, you are not exactly the sharpest tool in the shed. The most likely conclusion here is the simplest one, the one that all the evidence points to. That Ethan Klein bought this himself as a part of his long-lasting campaign to play the victim because he can't win the actual political arguments, and the rest is really just history.
Is it plausible? Sure, but we don't know what we don't know, right? I'm definitely not buying Ethan's narrative that Bad Empanada did this to him, or that, you know, it's the fault of Snark, or it's the fault of Hassan, or whoever the fuck he wants to blame it on. But at the same time, I just don't have, you know, enough evidence to call this like an inside job.
It's likely something that
I get why people think that. But again, I don't want to get out over my skis and claim to know anything that we don't know.
he decided was too out there to even go with, given that he didn't actually talk about it until now. And this seems to have happened about a month ago, judging by when this listing was put back up. But iDubbbz making a video about him made him feel like he needed to play the victim more, and this is what he decided to throw in there. To be clear, this is not the first time that Ethan Klein has made claims like this, completely and totally unsourced with zero evidence. His whole narrative regarding CPS being called on him, for example, he's provided no evidence that ever actually happened. None. We have literally nothing but his word. And given how much he's clearly lying about this skull thing, maybe trusting his word and nothing more is a bit stupid. Like, he claims there was a CPS call and a CPS officer visited his house. He's provided no evidence of that. He's especially provided no evidence of his claims, bizarrely, that like me and like 10 different others, whenever it's convenient, he's blamed like all of us for calling CPS. No evidence for that either. In fact, the evidence that is inadvertently given out makes it pretty clear that if this did actually happen, it was someone known to him. Everything else is just him creating a narrative and providing zero evidence for it. When he initially talked about this supposed CPS call, this is what he said.
Getting giardia and that, you know, et cetera, et cetera. And, well, it culminated in somebody finally, an anonymous call went into them on the 3rd, saying that they were somebody that works at the house, and they wanted to report us because our kids are crawling around eating dog shit and getting viruses. And they were able to provide enough details because of what I said on the show to make it appear that it was somebody. He said, like, when he first showed up, he's like, it's somebody that you know who made the report. And I'm like, no, okay. So
Ethan Klein thinks that we should trust him more than we should this supposed CPS officer who said it's someone who knows him, someone close to him. No, we shouldn't actually, because CPS in California doesn't have anonymous calls, as he claims there. When someone calls CPS in California, callers to CPS have to identify themselves to the point where CPS is confident enough in the fact that they are actually close to the person. So there was no anonymous call here. This was someone who was able to provide CPS with enough personal information to convince them that they were actually close to the family, if that person, again, even existed, because he's provided no proof this ever happened. So do we believe Ethan Klein, desperate to draw attention away from his abhorrent views on Israel-Palestine? Or do we believe this supposedly existing CPS officer who said that it was someone close to them, you know, the guy who actually would have information regarding who this person was, rather than just Ethan's baseless speculation about who they are? I'd say believing Ethan Klein there would be pretty fucking dumb. Claims made without evidence can and should be dismissed out of hand, and this is a case where you should do that 100%. He's also framing the CPS thing, if it even happened, as if it was like a swatting or something, like it's a social worker with a clipboard coming to your house, and he's like basically framing as if like a bunch of armed soldiers came to his house and they put his family.
And look, chat, this is if you want to compare this to a swatting, it'd be the kind of swatting where the streamer said stuff that set the cops off, right? It wouldn't be like the you know, the Keffels example where you know, somebody made an email pretending to be Keffels, sent emails to city officials in the town where Keffels lived that were literally making violent threats, and then sent an email to I think the police in that area saying that you know, this was Keffels and that she intended to do harm to her friends and family within the house, right? This is not that kind of, you know, if you're going to compare it to a swatting at all, it'd be like where some dumb fuck Kick streamer makes a violent threat or implies that they are doing something illegal or dangerous, and the cops show up at their house, right? It's literally what Ethan said that provides the plausibility that CPS might need to be involved. Now, is it possible that he's exaggerating? 100%. 100%. This guy does, exaggerated shit for content all the time. But that being said, it's still his fault if that exaggeration turns into a into CPS showing up.
In danger or something. It's just ridiculous. He's just so desperate to victimize himself. He's so desperate to play the victim. And it's all because he's too incompetent and stupid to defend the genocidal politics of himself and his wife. Anyway, so in this video, Ethan Klein also somehow tries to say that iDubbbz should have to talk about me or something. Hey, iDubbbz, why don't you talk about bad empanada? And it gets to this point where Ethan Klein, who to be clear is someone who considers himself a witty troll who gets jokes, he's sarcastic, no one can get the better of him. He plays a very obvious clip, which to be clear, he wants people to think I sent it to him. I didn't send it to him, it was from my Instagram story, posted publicly, where I'm obviously playing into his narrative about me supposedly being an internationally wanted criminal. So what I did here is I made my hair even worse. I fucked it up. I turned on my studio lighting, which I have, if you can believe it. I just don't really set it up very well. Usually I'm too lazy. I put it as close to my face as possible to make sure that you could see every little pore of my face. And then I did a face
I feel like I'm doing that today accidentally, Chad. I don't know why I'm so close to the camera here.
Like this. And I'm I just said whatever came to mind to be Ethan Klein, I am in control. I'm the puppet master. I'm the one who is controlling everything behind the scenes. Very obviously, you're being fucked with. Ethan Klein buys it 100% and he puts it in his video as proof of how iDubbbz has to talk about the bad empanada question. Look at this shit. And by the way, this is a great edit. He edited to scary music and stuff. And zoom ins and flashy stuff and with these guys dancing interspersed with it. To be clear, the sort of video that I made here to mock Ethan Klein's narrative about him being the victim of a massive harassment campaign led by evil international criminal Bad Empanada, who's actually just a random guy in a house with a shitty studio light who filmed a video against a sheer white wall, saying whatever happened to come to mind in 1 minute in order to troll you. Ethan Klein is the sort of person who would have done that 5 years ago. He thought at least that he was the troll. He was the one who was lighthearted. He was the one who was sarcastic. If you can remember, he mocked the Domino's Pizza guy, the CEO of Domino's Pizza or whatever it was, for going on a weird unhinged rant about how the reckoning is coming when he's talking about pizza. Now, ironically, Ethan Klein is the sort of person who would see something like that and take it 100% seriously. Just look at how desperate he is to victimize himself. Dude, this is the whole reason why I fucking made this. You think this edit is I don't know what he's going for here. I feel like he has to, Ethan Klein's a very dumb person, but he has to know that this is obviously a troll. So I think he's presenting it here as if it's not for his audience of 11-year-olds and adults with the IQs of 11-year-olds, because that's basically the only person who is still here at this point. Basically, his audience is now a bunch of Asmongold and Destiny viewers, most of whom are children or 40-year-old men with the minds of children. That's the sort of person who would buy this narrative that he's trying to push by including this obvious troll Instagram story in this video.
Today was pretty bad, wasn't it?
The reverb
really sucked for you. You so disappointed.
This is the sort of editing that I would have liked to have done to this if I wasn't lazy. It's not bad at all. I approve of it, honestly.
The betrayal of one of your closest.
I'm gonna take on. I don't like the dancing part though, but I might take it and take his ideas and make it my new stream intro.
Long-term friends, huh? TikTok, though, Ethan. TikTok, because this was just a taste. This was just a small...
Is he doing a Hannibal Lecter thing? Is this a Clarice? Is this
It's he's zooming in on him hey, look, this is your friend. You're responsible for this obvious joke Instagram story. It's all your fault. This is fucking amazing. Ethan Klein is so unable to actually respond to the content of iDubbbz's video, which I don't think is very important, just calling him a bad friend or whatever. Then his immediate narrative is just to play the victim and be hey, look at this guy who made this video trolling me. Look at that, huh? This has something to do with you somehow.
Of what we have organized for you.
All that he knows how to do is to play the victim. He can't actually talk about the points. And it pains him so much as well. God, it's awesome.
It's only gonna get worse. It's only gonna get worse, Mr. Klein. Every day.
I'm sorry. I'm funny. Why am I funny, man? I don't want to be funny. I didn't start YouTube to be funny. I started YouTube to be like a boring lecturer. And now I'm just like making fucking comedy bangers every day thanks to Ethan Klein. He's really brought out the best in me.
Every day, sit there just waiting in misery, in fear of what we have in store for you.
What we have in store, you see,
Is like Ethan zooming in on him? Yeah, I think they are. I think they're zooming in on him.
I'm the puppet master behind everything.
Maybe if he stops harassing other creators.
He lets his dogs... Oh, he keeps playing this clip, by the way, so I'm just going to refute this real quick. Shit all over his mansion, and he just leaves the shit on the floor.
Maybe if he does these things...
Okay, so, Ethan, have you not said that you do that?
Yeah, I feel like it's about time that the Giardia gate turns into the Streisand effect, right? That is to say, chat, the more that he's going to bring the CPS thing up, I think we just need to spread that clip of him talking about the situation at his house. Now, like I said, do I think that that's necessarily representative of the real situation at his house? No, not necessarily. He could have easily exaggerated this for comedic effect. But if he's going to keep on victimizing himself with the CPS shit, more people should see what Ethan actually says. Without you know, tongue in cheek, without any sort of indication that he's kidding, without any there's no indication that he's exaggerating. He just, well, you'll see. Let's, you know, for anybody who hasn't seen this yet, you're in for a treat.
Because he has. I'll show you, just to end this video, I'll show you the clip where Ethan Klein outright said on his podcast that he does that. Like, Ethan Klein's fans keep going with this narrative where me saying that he said that his kids like crawl on the floor and that he implied that they got a parasite from eating dog shit is a lie that I made up when he said it on his podcast, and he just keeps leaving it out.
One part of it. The next part is...
It's like Ethan Klein thinks that if he says something incredibly stupid on his podcast, it's like harassment for other people to then react to that and laugh at him for it.
That Olive has giardia, which is a bacterial infection in the intestines that makes you have diarrhea.
And Olive has this?
Olive has this, yeah. She came to us with it.
Oh.
Okay. She had...
When he says she came to us, I can't get over this, right? She came to us with it. It makes it seem like Ethan is this magnificent benefactor, right? This dog is poor, outside, all alone, suffering from giardia. And Ethan, the magnanimous, generous angel of empathy, says, "Come to us, Olive. Come to us. We shall take care of you." Oh, just like this, when she came to us, right? When Olive came to us, when Olive got out of the dangerous bad outside and into the warm, loving light of the Klein family household.
Had diarrhea.
Where everyone lives like the human centipede.
And,
oh, poor baby.
Ducky came to us with that too. And I just wonder why...
It was Matt Ross who said this.
It should be... They should have found it already. But anyway, so she has giardia, so we have her on an antibiotic, but we had to wait until Monday, which is today. We just got it today. And, well... Sonny's crawling around. He's putting everything in his mouth. He's at that age. He has giardia.
Oh, shit.
Oh,
and now Ela has giardia.
Shut. For real?
And now I think this morning I had diarrhea.
Oh my god.
What can I do to not get it from you?
Wait, somebody's telling me Ethan Play Something says, no, Ethan paid for his dogs and then adopted that dog after shitting. Wait, what? Wait, he paid for his dogs. So you're saying the other dogs he bought, and then Olive he adopted in order to contrast himself with Hassan for supposedly ordering a designer dog from the genetic laboratory that made Miele's dogs?
Yeah, because I'm not trying to get
Can you crank the AC maybe?
Is it?
It's extremely ridiculous to get. You have to ingest my poop. Are you planning on that?
Never.
Not really.
So then you're fine.
I mean, what more is there to say about this? You know, this guy is just a chronic liar, and he keeps inventing these increasingly elaborate lies. And it's all, to be clear, because he is being refuted on the basis of the facts by a bunch of YouTubers and Twitch streamers regarding Israel, Palestine, his
It's all because he's losing an internet fight. Yep.
support of the genocide in Gaza. I don't think I've ever seen anything quite as pathetic as this, though I think the people who believe this are as pathetic or perhaps even more pathetic than him. They have to be pretending, to be honest. Anyway, Ethan's going to be dwelling on this for the rest of his life, but I'm not. So I just want to assure my viewers that I'm working on a main channel video. I have been for a while now. It's going to be on something totally unrelated to this and Israel, Palestine. And then I have a bunch of ideas after that because, you know, unlike Ethan Klein, I didn't get ass blasted so bad in the actual political argument that I'm now going to dwell on this for literally the rest of my life. Feels good to be able to work on actual things of importance rather than just torpedoing my own career by trying to play the victim day in and day out on my supposed comedy podcast where I'm sarcastic and I troll people. Isn't it funny that that was his reputation? And now he's the guy who falls for the most obvious trolls and invents the most ridiculous fake scenarios to try and play the victim.
Yeah, you either that whole thing, you die as a hero, or you die as a troll, or you live long enough to be the lolcow, I guess.
Ethan Klein is the sort of guy who he made fun of 10 years ago.
He's the bold guy. He's Cav. Yeah, I buy this. All right, well, chat, feels weird to end the stream this soon, but yeah, we're at 31% on the bonus goal. It looks like whatever Ethan said about Sam Cedar will remain a mystery for now. Little housekeeping, chat. Little housekeeping, all right? This might be my second to last stream for a while, all right? I don't really know, but I am going to be moving into an apartment. I'm putting down the money on the apartment today, and I am going to move in there. My understanding, though, is that the apartment doesn't have internet yet. And I don't know what that's like in Thailand, right? I don't know what the turnaround on saying I'd like to have internet and actually getting internet is. So, yeah. Sorry to hear that, and sorry we didn't get to more of this content today, right? I feel like we have, at least I thought we had some good stuff. But anyway, it's chat's choice whether the bonus content is interesting or not, and apparently today's was not very interesting. So maybe I'll just wipe this all off and come at you tomorrow with a new set of stuff that might be more appealing. We are gonna let me thank the Patreons, because I am indeed very thankful for the Patreons. These are people that support me every month on a platform that is outside of Twitch and YouTube, which are platforms that can get taken away from you really easily. So thank you to everybody on Patreon. Everybody on Patreon gets my videos when they come out. That should be coming to you soon. In fact, if I can, chat, maybe I don't know how I'll work this, but I don't know. Maybe I don't know what I'm going to do with myself not being able to stream for a while, right? I'll have my computer, I just won't have the, oh my god, Omega Star, thank you for the 1,000 bits. I'll have my computer, I just won't have access to the internet, and so maybe I'll use that time to try to edit some videos, since I won't be able to do anything else. Yeah, it's gonna feel weird, but regardless, yeah, everybody on my Patreon gets the videos before they come out. You get them unredacted, uncensored, etc. Everybody at the $5 level and higher, you also get a fancy shout out. Let me do those fancy shout outs now. Shouts out to Oral Ellipsis. Shouts out to Temporal Insanity. Shouts out to Steven Sayers. Shouts out to Funky Monkey. Shouts out to Shaxba. Shouts out to Sarah. Shouts out to Nadia Yvette. Shouts out to Moe Noe. Shouts out to Crystal Safira. Shouts out to Jules K. Shouts out to Jessica Bell. Shouts out to Izzy Mandius. Shouts out to Infallible Fowl. Shouts out to Hot Ham Radio. Shouts out to Good for Gabby.
Narwhal_by super chatted $5. If you have SSDI, make sure you have an up-to-date governor. Account by 4/23.
What? Okay, if you have an SSDI, Make sure you have an up-to-date. Oh, if you have SSDI, so if you have Social Security Disability. For a second there, Narwhal, I thought you were talking about a something like HDMI, but no, I gotcha. Make sure you have so if you get Social Security Disability income, make sure you have an up-to-date government account by 4/23. That is advice from Narwhal by Nature, and I am spreading that advice. Thank you. Need to buy a governor. No, I think a government account. But yeah, Elon and Trump are fucking with things. Shouts out to Infallible Fowl. Shouts out to Hot Ham. Maybe let me make sure. Shouts out to Jessica Bell. Shouts out to Izzy Mandius. Shouts out to Infallible Fowl. Shouts out to Hot Ham Radio. Shouts out to Good for Gabby. Shouts out to Buffy Geek. Shouts out to Animus. And a fancy shout out to Zara Xerix, to Rachel K, and to Omega Star. But yeah, again, I'll be here tomorrow. All right, I'll stream again tomorrow. We'll try to clean up some loose ends that I didn't get covered today. I'll be like, what am I trying to say? Tomorrow I will be back. More stuff. That may be the last stream for a while though. That's what I'm trying to tell you. All right. Thursday I am supposed to check out on well, Thursday for me is Wednesday for you. Oh my god, Chad, I shouldn't tell you this in Thai time, right? Because Thai time is a day ahead of most of you. I'll be here tomorrow, and I might be able to do a short stream the day after tomorrow. I'm not sure. I just know that I have to check out by a certain time on that morning. So again, tomorrow is the last live stream to like count on, 100%. I shouldn't say, as I say count on it 100%, I'm like, what if something happens and I have to do XYZ for the apartment? No, chat, I don't think that'll happen. I think we'll be okay. I think I'll definitely be on tomorrow. Hopefully maybe we'll hit the sub goal and do like a long stream, because it might be the last stream for a little while, and I want to leave you with a good one. So I'm gonna get some rest, and I'll try to give you, I don't know, I feel like my brain was all over the place today. But yeah, if there's a like a break in the content, you'll know why. I'm waiting to get my internet installed. I will try to figure out if there's a way to do it anyway. Like I said, there's a conference room that's kind of small, and if there's some way that I can rent, or not rent, but if there's some way that I can like book that conference room for just my live stream, then maybe I'd be able to do another laptop stream from the new apartment, just not in the new apartment. So I'll see if I can do that. I'll do what I can. I'm not trying to leave you in the lurch. I don't want to, because I know every time I take a day, more than a day off, people get worried, and I don't want people to worry about me. Everything should be good. Everything should be fine. I'm doing what I need to do. I'm getting an apartment, and it's just going to take possibly a little while to install the internet. So how is Thailand? Oh my god. Signrise, thank you for, wait a minute. Omega Star, thank you for the gifted membership to Signrise. Signrise, you just got jellyfish, and that's a good thing. But yeah, I don't want to leave you all in the lurch, especially as the content keeps coming. That's what's so frustrating, is I honestly, like, as much as Ethan was like, I was looking forward to stopping talking about Hassan, and then iDubbbz did this video, and it's like, oh sure you don't fucking rely on Hassan for your content, right? But I was kind of hoping that he was telling the truth there. I was really hoping that maybe can Ethan just do goofs and gaffs for a little while? Can we get a little break? There's other content that needs to be covered too. There's a lot going on right now. We need your sane take. yeah, I mean, I've got to talk about the Trump stuff. I got to talk about the Elon stuff. I got to talk about Pete Hegseth potentially being forced to resign. I've got to talk about the court drama in that, you know, Trump's still trying to weasel his way into being able to gulag American citizens. And I almost don't want to put it that way. Chat, I'll have to do some research. But I feel like with the gulags, like that wasn't like a life sentence, right? Like you, like I feel like calling this hellhole in El Salvador, I feel like calling it a gulag is minimizing it. I feel like it might be substantially worse than the gulag. So I'll have to do some research though. I haven't. I'll read my Solzhenitsyn to get the real. Just kidding, chat. But I need to do some research to find out is calling these things gulags like a little bit of like a minimization. It feels like it's a bit worse than a gulag. If I'm being completely honest here. Yeah, thank you, Mylan. Yeah, we'll be goofier and gaffier when we come back, and you'll be seeing a lot of content coming your direction. You will also finally be getting videos because I will be in my place. I will not have to be like, you know, the whole time I'm like I won't be preoccupied. I think I won't be preoccupied with a bunch of stuff, so I should be able to get the concentration camp is really what it is. It's not like a gulag. Not been declared, no one has been released. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Like there's some legitimately bad stuff happening in the United States right now. I know that it's a little bit risky for me to talk about international affairs being in a, you know, foreign country right now, but yeah, we gotta talk about it. But yeah, thank you to the Patreons. Thank you to the mods, especially. Mods keep us safe. So, and I hope people appreciate that because sometimes it's not an easy job. Sending you a video from the Wall Street Journal about the prison. Yeah. Emma, I think did some research about that the other night. There's just a lot coming up, and there's also a better chance. Like not to be 100% negative, I do have to say that there are more people waking up to the fact that this is not just, Trump won. This is not just, okay, well, now the Republicans get to do their agenda. Like, this is potentially the beginning of a dictatorship. This is potentially, our route to becoming, being taken over by the network state, right? There's a lot going on that we talked about before the election that it is just, it's proceeding faster, I think, than anyone predicted, right? As far as dictatorship, as far as the plans of the tech bros to try to cripple democracy and to, I could have found a better word for that, couldn't I? To wreck democracy and to replace it with this fucking network state corporate dystopia. And we do need to talk about that. Literally teetering on the edge of becoming an authoritarian dictatorship. Yeah, the only saving grace, chat, is that there's more action going on, both with people showing up for protests, AOC and Bernie are doing their thing, not to present them as perfect politicians or anything like that, but that's catching some steam. There are Republicans that are frankly being a little bit more open about how uncomfortable they are with the direction that Trump is dragging them. So hopefully we can look on the bright side a little bit too. But yeah, if they don't bring back Kilmar Obreja Garcia and stop disappearing people, says Sunrise. Yeah. And openly defying the Supreme Court in this case. Anyway, got a lot to talk about. I'll be back to talk to you about more stuff tomorrow and maybe the day after tomorrow, although I can't tell you for sure. on that. I'll do my best. And again, after that, we might, there might be a few more days off than I normally take, which would be horrible because I'm not actually doing that well this month. So this is a bad month to have to take days off. But we'll do what we can. We'll do what we have to. I'll do my best to be back as soon as possible. But yeah, I'll see you again tomorrow, and I'll see you again the day after tomorrow, maybe. I don't know. We'll see. Anyway, until then, much love, everybody. Take care of yourselves. Take care of each other.